Good evening and welcome to the Monday, July 20th. Wow, this is really picking me up today. Meeting of the City of Worcester Zoning Board of Appeals. My name is Jordan Burke Powers and I will chair tonight's meeting. The meeting of the Worcester Zoning Board of Appeals will be conducted in a hybrid manner with both in-person and remote participation. As a preliminary matter to tonight's meeting, I would like to confirm the board members and staff who are present. Board members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Board Member Abramov?
Here.
Board Member Moremi?
Here.
Board Member Torcono?
Yeah.
Board Member Barnhagen?
Here.
Board Member Sacco?
Here.
And for city staff, Michelle Smith?
Present.
David Horn?
Present.
Amy Beth Lath?
Present.
Before we start, a few housekeeping notes. Tonight's meeting is being live streamed from the City of Worcester website, and the recording will be available for rebroadcast. This is a public meeting, which means both that it is being recorded and that minutes will be taken and published by a later date. The public may participate remotely by calling 1-669-254-5252. Again, that number is 1-669-254-5252, and the access code is 160-456-4634. And again, that access code is 160-456-4634, or using the link shown on the screen. Once an item is called, there will be a brief presentation of the item, followed by any additional comments and clarifications from members of the city staff, then an opportunity for anyone from the public to speak on that item before we proceed to board discussion and action. To manage remote participation during our hybrid meetings and prevent disruptions, all participants are automatically blocked from unmuting themselves, turning on their video, or sending chat messages. For remote participants who would like to comment on an item, we ask that you use the raise your hand feature in Zoom during the discussion on that item. If you are joined by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. Again, if you're on by phone, you can use your raise your hand feature by pressing *9. Staff will then call on members of the public one at a time and give them permission to unmute themselves. If you're joined by phone, you will then be able to unmute yourself by pressing *6. Again, that's *6. Please note the board appreciates brevity in your comments. Excuse me. To help with this process, we ask all speakers participating in person to use a microphone, to please clearly identify yourselves each time you speak. And the first time you speak, please state your city of town of residence for the record. To help maintain an orderly meeting, please address all comments and questions through the chair, that's me, rather than directly to any of the other speakers or applicants. Applicants should be aware that approvals are generally conditional. Decisions are typically signed by the board at the next meeting and filed with the city clerk the following day, beginning the appeal period. It is the applicant's responsibility to address any conditions of approval, and lack of doing so may result in delays or enforcement. Please contact the Planning Division with any questions. Any party aggrieved by a decision of the board has the right of appeal under Mass General Laws, Chapter 40A, Section 17. There are a number of items on our agenda being continued or postponed, which I will read through shortly. If you are here on one of those items, please note that no additional notice will be sent to you before the next meeting. The best thing to do is call the Planning Division the day prior to our next meeting to confirm if the item will be heard or postponed that night, as it is not uncommon for items to be postponed multiple times before they are heard by this board. I suggest, for the purposes of streamlining our board meeting, that Board Member Barnhagen offer to make any motions and that Board Member Abramov second any such motions. In the event either prefer not to do so, I simply ask that you identify another member. All right. So we have a few items for we have one item for continuance. 149 Plantation Street, a request to continue to August 10th, 2026 with the extended construct grant deadline to September 1st, 2026. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to continue consideration of 149 Plantation Street to the dates as stated by the chair.
Second.
On the motion, Board Member Abramov,
My vote is yes.
Board Member Maremi,
Yes.
Board Member Torcono,
My vote is yes.
Board Member Barnhagen,
Yes.
and my vote's yes. There is one postponement on 6 Woburn Street. Request to postpone the August 10th, 2026, and extend the constructive grant deadline to September 1st, 2026. Is there a motion?
I move to postpone consideration of 6 Woburn Street to the dates as stated by the chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
On the motion, Board Member Abramov,
My vote is yes.
Board Member Maremi,
Yes.
Board Member Torcono,
Yes.
Board Member Barnhagen,
Yes.
my vote's yes. All right, if you are here for 149 Plantation Street or 6 Woburn Street, or if you're online, please contact the Planning Division and they can give you more information on when that will be heard. All right, that means that we are at number 2, 0 Grafton Street. Oh, yes, sorry, I apologize. I just got right into it. Before you go, we have some updates that we got blindsided by, so if you go ahead.
Through the chair, so just quickly giving the board members and for board members who are online too, just a reminder from various communications that have been happening over the last couple days about changes that have recently come into effect for the state law. So Mass General Laws, 40A, our zoning act, provisions that govern most of the work here that the board does. Those specific provisions have been updated as of effective back to July 1st, but adopting into law earlier this month as part of the state budget bill or House Bill 5555. That specifically includes changes to the thresholds and criteria for variances. So staff has asked each of the applicants to provide updates relative to the findings of fact for any case that involves a variance. Due to the timeline on that, those are supplemented in applications, and they are interspersed throughout your packet digitally or in hard copy here, depending on how you're accessing that. So we will ask as the applicants come up to read into the record the updated findings, since those are first being provided to the board members this evening as part of the deliberation that the board will be making about any case that involves a variance. The most important thing for the board members to understand is that the state law essentially replaced the prior version of the law and deleted in that replacement the language that authorized the board to impose conditions on variances. With that in mind, the board needs to carefully consider the criteria, understanding that they cannot impose conditions on a variance. The variance either meets the threshold or not. That threshold has been lowered from a series of hardships to a practical difficulty, which the state has outlined some parameters for you and what you shall and may also consider. And so we've outlined that, essentially coming up with 7 different criteria that you're considering through what the applicant provides to you. So I just ask that if needed, the board members take that slow, and for the benefit of the board, that each applicant read into the record as they approach the podium when they're describing their petition, the specific argument for each of those criteria as part of their presentation for the benefit of the board. I'm happy to answer questions. I know a lot of the board members have questions. We will be discussing this at length after the meeting and can talk about other changes that folks have questions to. But before we get started this evening, if any of the board members want to ask questions, I'm happy to do my best to answer them with the little information that I have based on the minimal information we've been able to glean from the state and through conversations with the city solicitor's office. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. And with that, 0 Grafton Street.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members, staff, and interested public. My name is David Sadowski. I'm the principal of DJ and Associates. Our business is located in Clinton, Massachusetts, for the record. I'm here to present 0 Grafton Street. Along with me is the builder and also the owner of the property. We've been here before the board before. One of the things that we had was we didn't have the 10% recreational space. We've now met that requirement. I'd like to actually show you, we actually have a rooftop. Remember, I did talk about putting the kids' playground on the roof, but we didn't go there. We have a lounge type, we have a lounge type area that we're proposing for the roof of one of the buildings. It has some shielding from the sun. You'd be able to sunbathe. In safety, you'd be up on the 3rd floor. Both of the buildings are going to have access to all the different things we have. You can see on the screen, our plans have changed a little bit. We've brought in some different color and other stuff. We also have a gym inside one of the basements, and in the other we have pool table, ping pong, things like that. But there's extensive areas. We provided a dog park outside. We were thinking about a bocce court and shuffleboard, but we've gone with the dog park. And we still have the barbecue area that we had previously had. So we've gotten, I think we have 6,300 some odd. And we have a site that has, including wetlands, 59,000. And so we're over the 10% of the gross area. So that was one of the things that we were kind of stuck on, whether we were going to move forward or not. And then also I'm satisfied. We had a couple of the plans didn't have the correct zone because the existing conditions was done when we were in one zone, and I carried that plan forward, so it didn't reflect the zoning change that we got for that particular lot. Because if we didn't get the zoning change, we couldn't have the buildings that we have. Since then, though, we found out that we need a variance for frontage, and we were recommended to get a variance for 20-foot aisle width. To cut down on the amount of impervious that would allow us to have a 5-foot landscape and have the sidewalks along the property, along with landscaping along the building. I guess I'm going to read into the record.
Yes, please.
I received this at about 1:30 today, and I tried to throw it together.
We're all scrambling.
Well, my office is moving from a second to a first, and they never activated the first, so I never even had internet, so I had to get on the print shop and use their little, response letter. Number 1, how strict enforcement of the provisions of the City of Worcester zoning ordinance would result in a practical difficulty. My response is strict enforcement of the zoning rules cause the practical difficulty when a property's unique physical features, such as an odd shape, slim available width, and the power line traversing through the property, make the property practically unusable for any other type of use which is dependent of frontage relief. Number 2, how the grant of relief from the practical difficulty benefits the petitioner and public interest, including supporting the production of housing. My response was, by granting frontage relief, more housing units could be constructed. This would benefit the petitioner because of cost of the project and cost of extending the utilities. We have to bring the sewer line up Grafton Street as part of this project, so the more units, the easier it is to stretch the cost, as well as the public, because we'd have additional 1- and 2-bedroom units in housing. So that's how it benefits both the petitioner and the public. Number 3, how the grant of relief from the practical difficulty will not be a detriment to public health, safety, and welfare of the neighborhood. I said, being practical, the additional units, which could be built with the frontage relief, would add residents who could support local neighborhood businesses. With an engineered design, the vehicle access egress would exceed the minimum City of Worcester safety requirements. Thus, and then the public health of the neighborhood would benefit from long-term rental leases of the units. Then the board can consider, it says on this part, how the practical difficulty relates to the soil conditions, shape, or topography of the land or structures. My response is, due to the long shape, long and narrow, the soil conditions, 33% of the lot being hydric soil and/or conservation restriction, the strict enforcement of the drive aisle width, 20 feet in lieu of the 24, would result in the loss of apartments and, practically speaking, make the project cost prohibitive. Number 5, how a strict enforcement of the provisions of the City of Worcester zoning ordinance would impose a financial hardship on the petitioner. Again, this is my answer. The strict enforcement of the zoning ordinance would result in less apartments versus the hard cost of property and extension of utilities. These factors result in financial hardship. Number 6, Roman 6, how the benefits sought by the petitioner can be achieved by some other method feasible for the petitioner to achieve. I said, by relaxing the 5-foot wide landscape strip, then the drive aisle could be expanded to 24 feet if we didn't have to put a 5-foot landscape buffer. That would be an alternative. And number 7, how the practical difficulty was not self-created. And it said the property owner bought the property boundary as is. The previous owner subdivided the property from his original property. This land was excess, not needed for his operation. So we did not create this we did not recreate this hardship. The property was bought as is. The wetlands existed before, and we didn't cut any pieces off for anybody else to have or benefit from.
Okay, thank you. City staff.
Sure, through the chair, this is Michelle Smith in the city's planning division. So the applicant was in front of you back in May, and you continued the hearing after having some discussion to allow them to make revisions responsive to the comments that the board gave, also to address some of the comments that staff had provided. So the applicant has worked to make a number of revisions relative to the special permit specifically that's being sought. We do have recommendations for conditions of approval that are outlined on pages 4, 5, and 6. Those conditions include further progressions of the architectural design elements and some screening items that we would expect to be addressed and incorporated also as part of site plan review. So specifically looking at the elevation from Grafton Street, looking for there to be some sort of bench under that instead of a table, or retaining the original language around creating a direct pedestrian entry onto Grafton Street. We understand that the applicant doesn't like that option, and so again, we've changed that language to say or reflect installation of a bench. And then we have also asked that they use either larger sliding door with Juliet balconies on this elevation, or reflect double windows throughout on that. So you can see there's now 6 windows, but it's still a relatively blank elevation, which is the street facing elevation. So that's where we're asking for the adjustments to be incorporated. And then similarly, including some evergreen shrubbery along that elevation to help screen some of the blank massing that the building provides oriented to the street, as well as eliminating the gutter that comes down kind of the middle there. So those are the conditions, other than the ones that the board had generally seen prior, that are outlined on that section. In terms of, just a quick reminder, in terms of the relief and what's being sought for this particular case. So by right development options here, and they're asking for relief from the frontage requirement. So by right option would be 16 units of housing. That would include basically 4 3-families, so 12 units, and then ADUs on each lot. So that would be kind of the by right residential alternative. There are a variety of other non-residential alternatives for which there is not a cap on frontage, or for which there is not the higher requirement for frontage that we have imposed for residential. So a variety of different commercial uses, grocer, retail, personal services, bank or credit union, food service, lab, research, manufacturing, a variety of uses. In terms of the other relief that's requested, they are seeking a special permit to modify the parking layout dimensional requirements with respect to reduction in parking spaces by 1 space or 10%, and then also relative to the drive aisle, which is a 24-foot requirement, and they are down to about 20 feet at the narrowest point through the parking area. So they are seeking that reduction through the request that's in front of you this evening. Related to the drive aisle itself and the parking space, the applicant could lease off-site parking. In terms of parking that would comply with the zoning ordinance, that would be within 1,000 feet. They could also widen the drive aisle to be 24 feet, although widening that would either reduce the size of the footprint, shift the building closer to the wetlands, and or interfere with the 5-foot buffer that landscaping is required in. So there are some other design implications for that type of adjustment. I'm not going to go through the other comments that staff had, but we'll remind folks that we are in a transformative growth area that has a land use vision as industrial along this corridor, resulting from Now Next. While it's not a site-by-site analysis, it was envisioning the corridor associated with Route 20, which obviously is better served for kind of automotive and larger uses that are relying on freight and other auto-centric uses, which is why that's categorized as such. It's not to say that it's not appropriate. The applicant did go through the process of rezoning rezoning the property from a manufacturing district to a business district through the city council. And in front of you this evening are these requests, a variance for frontage and the special permit to modify parking and loading. So again, relative to the variance, no conditions can be imposed specifically, but relative to the special permit, there are a variety of recommended conditions that we have listed here. Thanks.
All right. Is anybody here for 0 Grafton Street? Don't all rush at once.
Crickets.
Is, yep, that's at the end. Okay. Not seeing anybody. Is anybody online for 0 Grafton Street? Okay. In that case, we will go. So we had a number of things that we listed the last time that you've addressed in this application, so thank you for going through that. And so just to be clear for the other board members, we needed clarity on getting to the 10% recreational, which we're very thankful. I think that looks great on the top to get there. We had some questions about cleaning up the actual the files on hand, which they also did. Thank you for that. I think the other pieces around the drive aisle, the frontage, all make sense to me. And just to speak clearly for the new variance, I think based on what we've seen, on what the applicant read into the record, I think it's clear that it meets the threshold envisioned for practical difficulty. And so I feel comfortable based on that for the variance and for the special permit. In terms of the special permit, I guess my only question to you all is for the, yes, just 1 second. I'll ask you a question and you can say what you want to say and then answer. I have questions about the Juliet sort of, did you see that? So the facing this, obviously we have an interest in the zoning for the side of the building that's facing the street to sort of clean it up a little, and so it sort of has a little bit of appeal, even though we know it's the side of your building. So the city has sort of given you some options on how to get to that. I guess I'd love for you to talk a little bit more about that and make sure that that's okay with you all, and other than that, I'm ready to move it forward based on if we can get some agreement on sort of the side that faces the street.
Through the chair, I'd like to address the conditions of approval.
Sure, go ahead.
I'd like to look at letter H,
Yep, absolutely.
reflect reconstruction of the sidewalk along the property's frontage to cement concrete with granite curbing. We wish to get that stricken.
Okay, well,
Right now, it's an asphalt without a granite curb the whole length of our property. What we'd like to do is any place that we bring utilities in, we'll restore that sidewalk to its original condition, making sure it's ADA compliant. There's no place on that street all the way down to the shopping center where there's cement sidewalk or granite curb. We'll put granite curb at the roundings and on the entranceway into our property to make sure that it's safe for snowplows, but I don't know if the applicant should have to restore a whole sidewalk that wasn't concrete or granite to start with.
okay. Anything else?
Yes. I'm going to have Andre come up and talk about the white reflected roof. That's J. He's going to talk about K, and he's going to talk about L, the sliding doors.
Okay. Just state your name and city of town of residence for the record.
Good evening. Andre Cassis, Shrewsbury, Mass. Thank you for having us tonight. So regarding the, you guys had asked for a white roof, and that was our plan all along. It just it wasn't, the plans didn't reflect that. Now it does. It's going to be a white roof, white TPO roof throughout both buildings. K, the Juliet, that particular side, so there's 2 bedrooms on that side, and there's actually a closet. So the only place to have a window or a door is where we ended up putting a window, and that's the smaller of the 2 buildings. So the bedrooms are quite small. We've reorganized those bedrooms in many ways, and that was the only way we were able to give the bedroom some sort of access from the doorway to be able to put a bed and then have a closet. So to the left and right of the window, there's a closet. So if you go to the floor plan, and you can see that, so there's really not a way to put a big slider and have a Juliet balcony. We can put a doorway and have a Juliet balcony, but I think having a doorway swing into the room would limit the access of that bedroom. So that's why we stayed with a window.
Okay, so you could put a second window in.
We couldn't put a second window because there's a closet.
You could, yeah.
So if
I
we
guess
put a window in the closet,
I guess I would say, I think, well, I guess I'll leave it up to the other board members. Here's what I'll say. I understand that that's an internal problem. If somebody wants a window to their closet or not is not the concern for the zoning board. And I'm not going to like go through with you like how to design your property. What is important to us is that that's facing the street. So like from my perspective, I don't care what's happening on the inside. I don't care that that's a problem for you. What's a problem for us, the city of Worcester, is that it's ugly and it's looking at the city. So you have to fix that. Not like, I'm not going to tell you like what to do or how to address that. So from my perspective, L should stay because like a double, you could either do a Juliet balcony or a double window, and like how that works with the flow of your internal is totally great. You should figure that out. But like, we need something that looks nice, and a blank wall is not what should be the way in which somebody approaches this from the street. And that's our interest in this. That's our oversight of this for the special permit. So thank you, I totally understand. And my reflection is like, okay, yes, that is a problem.
Okay.
Someone should work on that. From our perspective, we need something to look nice from the outside. If you have other things you'd like, if there's other suggestions, we'll take it on how to break up the massing on the side, but it's just a blank wall.
so we also divided the wall into 3 sections. If you can look, we broke it up with a board.
Yeah, and that looks great. And so
And,
we're looking
and
for
we
more
put
on the side.
we switched to a bench as you wanted, and we
Great,
put a
yep.
roof. So those are all things that we had done. Is that,
Those are great.
Okay.
I think we are happy with that. That's K. So that works, I think, for us, and we can I'll leave it, well, it works for me. I guess I'll speak for myself. I'll leave it to the other board members to discuss. I think, and thank you. So I guess I'd say, just from my perspective, I think it sounds like you're addressing J, which is great. We don't need to, I really appreciate it. You'd like us to reflect back on H. I'm open to the changes you've suggested for H for myself. I think that that's fair. So it would, from my perspective, it would say granite rounding on entrances and corners, and restore to original conditions that are ADA compliant, where you rip up the sidewalk. I think that's, for me, that's, again, speaking for myself, that's a fair compromise. I'd keep J, I'd keep K, because it sort of gives you some of the ability to work through the things you're looking for. And for me, I would like to keep L as is, and it's up to the applicant to figure out how to make it look more curb appeal. And so they have the option of double windows or a Juliet balcony, and if neither of those, and so those are the options before them to figure out how it works. So to me, that sounds great. Otherwise, I'm happy to move this forward. And I think, yep, that sounds good. Okay.
Through the chair,
Yeah.
did you want staff to just comment with respect to H on the
Yes,
cement
please,
concrete? So I'll just clarify, so the city standard for sidewalks is vertical grommet curbing and cement concrete. So the applicant's alterations to the site include a driveway, which is near the limit of the property's frontage, located over on the Plan East, if we pull up the civil drawings. So I understand the applicant is expressing a concern about only addressing areas where there is work happening, but just in reviewing the plans, the way that the connections are essentially diagonal and where the access is proposed, and with the regrading and other work that'll be occurring in the right-of-way, it's typically been this board as well as the planning board's protocol to request that that be reconstructed in the current city standard. Essentially, we've included along the length of the frontage, because I think it's probably about 40 feet further from where the limit of a saw cut may be from the Plan West side of where that is. So ultimately, the board can have a discussion. It'll be something that we would request and would expect the planning board to put forward relative to site plan review. I would note for the board, in considering whether you feel that's appropriate, the applicant's asking to reduce the parking requirement, and we feel that it's important to emphasize and bring the pedestrian realm up to current city standards to encourage walkability, given the reduction in parking. So that's a place where we're trying to emphasize the priority of the pedestrian and help facilitate that with the residential use in this area. Ultimately, it's the discretion of the board as to what you think is appropriate, but just in terms of the justification for why staff typically makes those requests, and a reminder of what the board has done and what I would anticipate the planning board to do later. Thanks.
All right, Board Member Abramoff.
Thank you. Through the chair, just to be clear, we're looking for 13 feet of relief approximately for the frontage, which is about 6.5%. Is that correct?
Yes.
And which is fairly small, and a reduction in the drive aisle, and one parking space. I don't really have a problem with this, and I think that the, can you put up, excuse me, the plan with the end of the building facing the street? Now, you've added the lines in the middle.
The other one too as well. Yeah.
Which one faces the street? Okay,
Top right.
that's what we're going to see.
Yep.
It'd be nice if it had some more architectural detail.
Excuse me, no, that's not the facing Grafton Street.
Facing the street.
That's the other one, the previous one.
The previous one is facing the street.
That's,
That end, which has
That one's facing the street.
the awning
Okay.
there,
yes, sir.
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
So, yeah,
So that would be striking,
striking
L.
K, is that correct?
no, K is.
L.
Yeah. Because the awning, the red
L.
reflects the awning, so that L, K reflects what they're showing, as
Okay.
I understand it, because it has the awning now. They've updated the things for us,
Through
so it would
the,
allow.
just to clarify through the chair, K requests that instead of the table that you see, that there just be a bench instead,
Oh,
that
okay.
Yeah,
basically faces the street.
The bench or table, I'm good with both.
That'd be like waiting, through the chair, that'd be like waiting for an Uber or waiting for something to
Sure,
come along for a
A bench
pickup.
would be nice. Is that all right? A bench or something like that?
Yeah.
And so I don't mind striking
We did it.
L, and they're already putting the reflective roof on. I don't see a problem, personally don't see a problem if the sidewalk is restored to its original condition, with the granite rounding on the curbs and things.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Everything else on it is okay? All the other conditions? And do you request the waivers?
I'm sorry.
Do you request the waivers?
Yeah, there's two waivers that are requested about showing the buildings within so many feet.
Well, subject to hearing from everybody else, I don't think I have a problem.
Okay. Board Member Moremi, I know you're not voting, but do you have thoughts?
I also have no problem supporting this with the given conditions, and my only comment would also be on the aesthetics of the building, on this side with the windows as well. That's like the first thing that got my attention, so I see a little bit of an area to upgrade this. But other than that, I think it's a good project.
Board Member Tarcono?
I have no comment in regards to the K, J, and I think the granite pavement, whatever he wants to do, I have no comment. And I agree with you, Mr. Chair. So I'm fine.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Barnhagen and Board Member Sacco will both be voting on this item. Board Member Barnhagen.
Through the chair, it seems like the only points of discussion are H and L, and I agree with everybody else that this is fine moving forward. So we just have to decide whether H or L is included in the right. So I don't have a problem with striking H. I would like to keep L. That would be my preference. So I don't know where we are with the tally here, but through the chair.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Sacco.
To the chair, I would be amenable to striking both H and L. Other than that, I have no additional comment. Thank you.
Okay, so it sounds like there's, I'm of two minds. I guess I would be the decider on L. I'm happy to, it's such a de minimis amount of oversight from our board that I feel stronger about the planning board having a say on H and L more than I feel like we should, since it does feel like more site plan than, I don't know. It feels like a weird, for such a small special permit to be sketching out for them, but through, no.
Excuse me, one comment to the chair. By right alternatives would be, I think, Michelle, excuse me, 16 units, did you say?
Correct, it would be 12 units, basically three families, and there would be 4 of them, each on their own lot, and within the 3-family, each would have an accessory dwelling unit.
Right. And this is just for, is it 12?
Yep. Right.
12 units each, so it's 24 units, okay. Just to be clear, thank you.
Yep. Okay, yes, go ahead.
Through the chair, we have extensive tree plantings. We need to have one every 25 feet along the street. Then we have the wetland where the trees, everything to the north of the power lines is going to be a shield. There's going to be so many trees growing there, you're really not going to see the building, is my whole contention. Because of the requirement of the planting every 25 feet, it's going to really block out the facade of the building anyway, so whether there was a 1-window or 2-window, you're not going to see that look within 4 or 5 years with the trees growing, if I could.
Okay. So I'm amenable, my preference would be to augment, I'm amenable to augmenting H, and striking L, based on the fact that there's, based on the fact that it's sort of, they already have some stuff there, and frankly, because I feel like if the planning board wants to add those in, I would be also comfortable with it, so I'm sort of feeling strongly that we should move it along. Okay, so is the board amenable to, as requested, having the language for H say rounded edges and granite for curbing on rounded edges and the entrances, and restoring, which will functionally be the whole thing, on places that they, to its original condition. And then for L, I know that you'd like to keep it, so I guess you can vote no, but that's are people comfortable striking it? Board Member Bromoff, does that sound?
That's striking out
Yeah,
and yes.
amending H
And H,
and keeping J
basically
and K.
saying granite rounding on the corners, which is what they offered.
Yeah.
And if disturbed, they will restore any of the
Yes.
asphalt sidewalk to the original condition. That's
Yeah,
fine.
okay.
That's fine.
Does that sound okay for Board Member Torcono and Board Member Sacco?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Through the chair, could you just clarify for H?
Yeah, so the reflect construction of the sidewalk along the property's frontage, where they are disturbing, which, as you pointed out, is basically the entirety of the frontage, to the original condition, ADA compliant, with granite curbing on the roundings and the entrances.
I'll just clarify too, that ultimately this is going to be DPW's determination for
Yeah.
what happens within the right-of-way. So just because the board alters this, I want to be clear, the staff's going to still make this request at planning board and would anticipate the planning board to
I
request
feel
it.
strongly that that the planning board should take that as the thing to do. I just feel like we are, as a special permit, so small. I feel pretty strongly like we should be limiting.
Through the chair, then I would just recommend you strike that and
Strike it,
and
let
leave
it
it
go?
for the planning board.
Great. I'm happy to strike it then, yep. Strike H and L, is that okay? And then the planning board will take it up?
Yeah.
Okay, yep,
You know,
that feels
through
right
the
to me.
Through the chair, these aren't even building plans. I'm surprised it's even on here.
Through the chair, staff generally makes a point of raising points we anticipate may be controversial at the earliest stage possible to prevent points of conflict.
Yes, we encourage, also, we do have a special permit, so we do like to have oversight over things on how it looks, since that is the purpose of zoning, so.
You were just told it didn't matter what you put down.
Yeah, we're just, I think in this case, because the special permit is actually limited in terms of the request, that's the reason I feel differently. If you're asking for more, I would definitely feel more strongly about it. It's as simple as that.
One other comment through the chair. Thank you to the petitioner for meeting the new requirements
Yes,
on such short notice.
yes, yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah, we're all
Thank you
scrambling.
very
Today was a
much.
wild day. Today was a wild day. Okay, in that case, I will take a motion to close.
I'd like to make a motion to close on 0 Grafton Street.
Second,
On the motion to close, Board Member Abramov,
yes.
Board Member Torcono,
Yes.
Board Member Bardhagen,
Yes.
Board Member Sacco.
Yes.
My vote's yes. Is there a motion on 0 Grafton Street?
I'd like to make a motion on 0 Grafton Street for approval of a variance for relief of 13.18 feet from the 200-foot minimum frontage requirement for a multifamily low-rise dwelling in a BL1 zone, and for a special permit to modify the parking dimensional layout and/or landscaping requirements, loading requirements, and/or the number of required parking spaces, with the special permit subject to the conditions of approval set out on pages 4 through 6 of the staff memo, but striking conditions H and L and the waivers as requested by the applicant.
Is there a second?
Second,
On the motion, Board Member Abramov,
my vote is yes.
Board Member Torcono,
Yes.
Board Member Bardhagen,
Yes.
Board Member Sacco.
Yes.
My vote's yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Next up is row adjacent to 692 Millbury Street.
Through the chair.
Yes, hello?
Oh,
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, hi, I am Matt Renninger. I am the real estate manager for Lamar Advertising here in the eastern Massachusetts and Rhode Island region. I reside, for the record, in East Greenwich, Rhode Island.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, so we have been operating a billboard located adjacent to 692 Millbury, just across from Dennison Lubricants. For decades now, this was approved in 1998, which actually predates Lamar's appearance in the market. We are seeking to modify the southern face from a existing vinyl advertising panel to a modern digital advertising panel. There will be no change in the size of the panel, there will be no change in the height, and there will be no engineering needed, as it can support a digital panel. We would be complying with all state regulations regarding outdoor advertising. We would still have to get approval from the MassDOT Outdoor Advertising Board, the OAB, in the event that we were approved this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions. We operate numerous boards. Our closest digital is at the 290-146 split. And our proposed digital will not be facing any residential establishments or residences at this time. And as I said, we're not imposing any enlarging or anything like that. Our advertisements change instantaneously. They would change every 10 seconds. There is no flashing. There is no animation. The digital panels now bear a very striking resemblance to a traditional sign. It can be very difficult to actually tell the difference unless you see the change instantaneously. And I'm happy to answer any questions regarding this.
Okay, thank you. City staff.
Sure, through the chair, this is Michelle Smith again in the city's planning division. So in front of you this evening is a request to modify an existing freestanding, non-accessory or billboard sign. So this freestanding sign is a static form, so it's not digital. It's a static face that you see on the screen or was included in the packet. This is located in a split zone district, so part of the property is in a manufacturing limited 2.0 zone, part of the property is in a BL1 zone, part of the property is in an RG5 zone, and the entirety of the location that this is in is within the Blackstone River Parkway sign overlay district. So the applicant, as you heard, is looking to convert the southern face of the billboard, which faces the northern travel lanes of 146 in terms of target market for advertising. That's where this is facing. The applicant is proposing to maintain the existing size of the panels, so they are below the thresholds that we have in terms of zoning compliance for the size. So they're just going to keep the existing size, but change the face of the billboard to digital. The northern side of the billboard, which faces the southern travel direction for folks on 146, is not proposed to be altered as part of this proposal. That is because the underlying zones do not allow for that conversion. That's where the property is located in the residential and the business zone, in which we do not allow billboards at all. So there's not a path for them to convert to digital as there is on the southern face. That path is through that special permit here. And as you will see in your packet, that there are a plethora of different conditions for the applicant as far as findings go. There are a lot of them, so just want to call attention to sort of the length of them, because there's quite a few for this type of approval. Specifically in terms of what they're seeking, this is a non-conforming billboard in the sense that today, under our regulations, they would not be able to install one at this location for a variety of reasons. I mentioned the underlying zoning being problematic, but also some of our other dimensional requirements, since this was installed back in, I believe, the board authorized this back in 1998 with a prior special permit where we had different regulations in effect at the time. After that, we adopted sign overlay districts, so that sign overlay district would prohibit that today. And then again, the underlying zones would also prohibit that, the business and residential zones that the northern portion of the sign is located within. So those are two ways that it's not conforming. In addition, we also put limitations on the number of billboards that can be located on a given lot. Unusual as it may be, this is located actually within a railroad right-of-way, so while it's on a lot, it's an exceptionally long lot. There are 2 billboards, as far as staff was able to identify, on this particular lot, both within visible distance from one another. So the other billboard is located further to the south, and also visible from 146. So there's a summary of some of those dimensional requirements and how the applicant is intending to meet them or doesn't meet them, specifically with respect to the maximum number of billboards. Obviously, that's not proposed to be changed, just altered in the sense of how they are proposing to reface with the digital sign face. There is no buy right alternative as a result of the location within the Blackstone River sign overlay district. Billboards are expressly prohibited from that district with the intent of protecting view corridors and preventing visual clutter. So there's specific language around the intent behind that in the city's zoning ordinance. And then again, similarly, as I mentioned, the RG5 and BL1 portions to the north would not be eligible for this special permit to even be considered. So really, it's only this southern portion where you're seeking that. You should consider the location still within the Blackstone River Parkway Sign Overlay District, as you discuss. Their by right option is to just continue to operate the billboard with a static face, so they could keep the billboard that's there now. From a zoning perspective, we did have 3 questions that we'd asked the applicant to comment on, specifically describing the types of advertisements, if they would feature local businesses, national advertisements, or some combination of both. We also wanted them to describe further the necessity of the proposed digital display and the benefits that that provides, and then just called out some of the specific dimensions. In terms of proximity to other features, so typically with billboards, we do call out the location of other billboards, which you have noted in the memo, adjacent to the site, and part of the purpose of the Blackstone River Parkway Sign Overlay District is the relationship to the park and corridor there. So it's about 255 feet away from Blackstone Gateway Park. Obviously, it's also a view corridor into the city, into Union Station and otherwise. In terms of proximity to residential, so we are on the west side of 146, and then across from that, directly across from that, you have Millbury Street, and along Millbury Street, you do have residential properties. So the nearest residential property, I believe, is 193 or so feet along that other section of Millbury Street. As the applicant stated, they will also need permits from the Outdoor Advertising Board through Mass DOT, so there is a comment that was included from the state to that effect. And I will also call attention that we did receive public comment just today in the afternoon. I think we were able to share this with the applicant, but in the event that they did not see that, so just wanted to call attention to the comments that were received here and are available in the packet. I'm happy to answer any questions. We do have, where the board to move to a vote, recommendations for conditions of approval outlined, I believe, on page 2. I'm sorry, the page numbering is missing on this one. It may not actually be page 2, because I've moved my pages around, so I apologize. But we do have recommendations for conditions of approval that are outlined. They are all on one page. There are 3 waivers that staff had identified, but the applicant has not requested those. So again, if you move to a vote, something procedurally just to take care of. Happy to answer questions. Thanks.
Yep, I think it's page 4 of 7? Yep, page 4 of 7, I believe. If the applicant could please answer the questions as requested by city staff. And Michelle, could you just repeat those 3 questions again for my benefit, please?
Yeah, sure. So those are also listed in the memo
Yes.
as 1, 2, and 3 under review questions and comments on the unnumbered page. But they're specifically about if the advertisements will feature local businesses, national advertisements, or some combination, and then the necessity for the digital display specifically. If they could describe that in a bit more detail, that would be great.
Thank you. Yes, if the applicant could please answer those questions.
Thank you, definitely. With regards to the first one, we currently advertise, about 95% of our advertisements are local throughout all of our locations in Worcester. About 5% are national. Those are sold by other contractors. They're not sold. They're sold through our corporate office. They're not sold through our office in East Providence, which manages our entire market. Regarding the second question, we did mention, and it's laid out in the memo, that Amber Alerts is a major thing, FBI alerts. During the Boston bombing, we used our very few digitals to advertise the manhunt at the time. We also utilize our digitals. Many of our municipalities in the region utilize them for all seasons local events, whether there's a play or a Christmas show going on somewhere, or whether there's a Christmas market, a town fair, any of those things to that respect. So in some markets, I worked in Baltimore long ago, they would put on the Orioles score during the playoffs. There's a lot of opportunities for the municipalities that we work with to utilize that, and we try to present all of those options to the municipalities that we operate in. Obviously, emergency messaging with the smoke alerts that we, had over the last few days, something like that could be utilized as well. We look at it as a positive opportunity, and that's without getting into simply the local businesses, which I answered with question one. A lot of them like our boards, they like our locations, and we feel that we definitely provide benefits and the service to the community and to commerce within it.
Okay, thank you very much. Is anybody here for row adjacent to 692 Millbury Street? Is anybody online? Okay, we'll get started with board comment, and we can go from there. So I'll just say that I really appreciate the thoughtfulness of the applicant, and so whenever I think about a digital billboard, I'm always weighing like the location as well as sort of the broad benefit to the city and like how disruptive it will be versus the fact that it is environmentally atrocious and damaging for seemingly just limited benefit. And so in this case, the proximity to the Blackstone River Valley, the fact that there's already billboard there, the fact that there's already a digital billboard on 146, and the fact that it's so close to an overlay where we wouldn't allow it, I just don't think that that meets the high cost of a digital billboard, which is environmental degradation in a time of growing climate change. It feels like I'd have to put my head in the sand and believe climate change isn't real to approve this. And then also on top of that, the dangers to accidents on an already narrow 146. It's sort of a narrow part of the highway. So those things together, I'm going to vote no on this. And I welcome other board members' thoughts. Board Member Abramov.
Thank you, through the chair. Essentially reflecting what you just discussed, I agree I see limited benefit to the city, and one of the neighbors or citizens of Worcester sent in a thoughtful comment on it, talking about the proximity to the Gateway Park and the impact on the wildlife. She also talked about the driver distraction, and included peer-reviewed traffic studies have shown crash rates can spike 25 to 29% along the high-speed corridors. And then I think something very much on people's minds these days as our electric bills continue to skyrocket is the amount of electricity that this is going to consume. She points out that it's up to 46 times the draw of an externally lit static sign, and up to 8 times the energy of the average home. So thinking about all those aspects, I think I agree with you. I would also be against this.
Okay. Board Member Moremi?
No comments at this time.
Okay. Board Member Torcono?
No comment, but I'm leaning towards declining, to be precise.
Okay. For this one, because Board Member Bart Hagan, you, the last one, it says my impulse is to save you to have you do, not this one, but the next one. But please do your, if you have any comment, Board Member Bart Hagan.
I just, through the chair, thank you. I have a hard time voting for something like this, basically solely due to the energy use. I mean, frankly, billboards should be slowly being phased away. There are 4 states in this country that have banned them altogether, and I'm sure they're better for it. It seems like anachronistic from bygone days. I really don't think we need to be expanding billboard use at all, especially in such a way that would increase energy costs and usage in the city. So I would be against this.
Board Member Sacco?
Through the chair, nothing new to add. I'm pretty much on par with the rest of the board against this one. Thanks.
Okay. So just to be clear for the applicant, it does not sound like you have the votes to get through. So the options to you are you can continue it to figure out with your client and yourselves your course of action. We can vote at this moment up or down, and it sounds like it will be rejected, or you can ask to withdraw.
Well, I would like to take some time to kind of respond to the various concerns and comments. I did read the comment from the resident on Clayson Road, and did take note of many of the things that she wrote in. And I've taken note, obviously, with the environmental concerns and the energy concerns, and I feel I can respond to them. But at the same time, it may be best to withdraw and reissue, but I would want to be able to provide the clarity. I should say I work for Lamar Advertising. I'm not an attorney, they're not a client of mine. So I do feel, I've been in this business some time, and if the board would be open to it, I know there was a long debate on the item before ours, but I feel like I can respond to some of these concerns, especially the study that was cited, other issues we can do to mitigate energy usage, visibility of the sign, proximity to the residences. I feel like all of these can be addressed, and I can try to be as succinct as possible.
So the request is to continue, I think, is what you're asking for?
Yeah, if possible.
Okay, yep, we will.
If that is the only way for us to kind of respond to these things, because if we withdrew and came back in a month, new information would be known, and that would be my concern.
Yeah, so the way, if you would like to address the issues, my suggestion would be to continue it, and then that way it'll give time for you to address the board's concerns. That would be my opinion on the best way forward, based on what I'm hearing from you.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. So yes, we did.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so we did take. Our biggest concern is residential glare, of course. That's our number one concern. We chose the southern face, before we even got the zoning determination, the southern face was chosen because it has pretty much zero impact facing any residential structures at this time. It's perpendicular to these structures. Digital panels these days have changed in the past several years, where they can now act basically as a computer privacy screen, in the fact that if you tilt one way or the other, or if you're looking at it a little from the left or a little bit from the right, you see a black panel. You don't see our advertisement. That's been something that we've been trying to incorporate. We haven't had to necessarily in some areas, but it's something that we can offer, and we can ensure if this was something that would be put in, that it would be, we could provide proof of that. The second thing, we do know proximity, obviously, to the Blackstone River Park. The loop of the visitor center is about 800 feet south of where we are. I can say that nothing along McKeon Road, our signs are not visible. From the walkway that's just to the west, our board could be possibly visible in the winter months or in the fall months, but there is a lot of vegetation there. And of course, there's the building along 7 Clancy Way, which also blocks visibility of the board here. Just kind of going into the study that was cited, this was a 2014 study. There are numerous state studies that refute this. Obviously, I'm a biased actor here, but I can say that there really is no uniform thought about this. There have been studies in Sweden, there have been studies in the States, there hasn't been anything in a long time. The 2018 NHTSA fact sheet is kind of the most recent thought, and it was more about distracted driving. And they talked about cell phones, adjusting controls, other occupants in the car, eating or drinking. They didn't really give billboards their own category when they were trying to sort out distractions. They kind of put them in under external distractions, which included rubbernecking and things like that. They did find, at least, that any distractions were well below the NHTSA's 2-second threshold. They believe any distractions that are 2 seconds or longer, as I'm sure you could imagine, because how long that would be if you imagine driving a car, that is the threshold, and obviously any of our boards are well below that. With the energy usage, we pay for all of our energy usage, of course, but there are municipalities within our market where we have restrictions on our hours of operation. For instance, we can't operate after 11 o'clock or 10 o'clock at night. We can't turn it back on until 7 in the morning, something like that. And like I said, with the residences, we're perpendicular with a lot of these houses here, and we obviously are just trying to avoid. We want to be good neighbors. I know that there's been some other businesses putting ones in without concern about where they're choosing. We definitely did choose this location because it would have minimal, if any, residential impact. I apologize if I'm missing one or two of the other concerns, but those are obviously the big ones. And I do not think that, as far as a visible impact from the park, bikers, walkers, pretty much would never be able to see our sign during the period of operation. And I feel like that's the biggest one, along with energy, and we are obviously able to modify the hours of operation around that. The figures that were given in Ms. Frontoni's comment, I believe are a little outdated. Our digital is kind of what I had said with the ones that can shield visibility in the view shed. They are a lot more efficient now. Obviously, I'm an environmentalist, and of course it'll be using more than a traditional sign, but those figures are in my opinion, excessive. But that's something that, we can obviously mitigate as time goes by. So if there's any other direct ones that I'm missing or any follow-up questions, I'm happy to address those as well.
Thank you very much. It's very thoughtful. I want to so I'll kick it back to the board, and I'll be clear. I guess I should be clear with you. So to pass this board, you need 4 votes in affirmative to pass for the special permit. So you would need 4 votes in affirmative to pass, and if you don't get 4 votes, then it gets rejected, and then that comes with your ability to come back before us in a certain amount of time without making changes and so forth. It sort of limits your ability to access this board if you do not get 4 votes. So to be clear, those are before you. And so if we vote tonight and we vote to turn it down, that sort of limits your access to the board for a period of time. If you say, actually, I want to pull it, then that gives you the ability to access this board again in a more timely fashion, where you could sort of come before a board and make the case again. If we continue it, what continuance means doesn't mean sort of continue conversation in this board meeting. It means gives you time as the applicant to maybe put in writing some more answers to some of these questions, and at a future board meeting, we would discuss it. But you did make, I think, some really thoughtful additions to the conversation here, so I'll just give the board members here a chance to weigh back in to see how they're thinking based on your testimony, which I very much appreciate. So I'll just say for myself, again, I really do appreciate, I think, the thoughtfulness of the applicant and sort of addressing some of the concerns. For myself, again, speaking only for myself, I did research this, and the applicant is correct. The study that was cited is dated for sure. There are some more additional studies. There aren't great studies, as the applicant, I think, accurately pointed out. But even in the studies that were, that sort of the industry itself has put out, which again are not necessarily as up-to-date as could be, that's still anywhere from 2 times the average of a normal household, a single-family home to be specific. And so the 46 times of a static sign, obviously a static sign just has those little lights. A sign that's moving is going to have a lot more. And so I think to an average home is maybe a fair standard. And so up to 8, 2 to 8 is probably, I think, somewhere in that range would be, as best as I could tell. Again, I think it's accurate to say the technology is increasing, and as best as possible, I think for us to get at, it's hard for us to exactly know. And so I take that very seriously. I think the other piece for myself, again, is not actually the pedestrians, because in this case, I think it's relatively limited. It's actually to the fact that it's a resource area with in hopes of growing some wildlife, especially outside of the railway, and sort of having lights on in those areas is a distraction for the types of things we're trying to sort of grow in the area of the Blackstone River Valley. So yes, I think that there are ways that the technology can be of less concern to people walking or accessing the sort of walking by, but I do concern about the sort of the location based on the, I would be more likely to say yes in an urban neighborhood where there's already a lot of lights on, as opposed to a place where we're trying to not have as much light, where we're trying to do, even though it's next to a highway and a railway, when you get beyond that, is something that we're trying to foster some wildlife. So those are the reasons that I'm still a no, although I do very much appreciate the thoughtfulness of the applicant. And so that would be 1 no. So if you get 2 no's, then it cannot pass the board, and we could vote accordingly. So I'll go through the board list again and get people's thoughts. Board Member Abramoff.
Thank you. Through the chair. He did give some response to the concerns that were brought up by the letter from one of our fellow residents, but I'd like to see more documentation of that. I think something new that has come out in the past few years is how much energy is available in a community, because if energy goes to something like this and it drives up the energy costs, we're all going to end up paying for it. And I see limited benefit. And then my primary concern is traffic safety.
Yeah.
I would hate to approve this and find out that somebody got hurt or killed in a traffic accident because this was distracting. I'm still a no.
Okay. Board Member Marami?
No other comments, but I support everybody's comments.
Okay. Board Member Torcono?
I'm still on the fence, and I'm for, if the applicant wants to withdraw and come back, that's fine, but I'm still not going to be able to vote on it, to be clear.
Thank you very much. Board Member Barnhagen?
Through the chair, I think I appreciate the applicant's responses. I really do. I would still, for me, I'm just going to focus on the environmental piece. Obviously, it's going to use some energy, and I guess I would encourage the applicant to ask to continue, and when they come back, I think I would put the burden on the applicant in this particular case. Show that this is environmental neutral. Sure, if you can come back with some more information about how much this kind of LED lights would actually use, and maybe there are some environmental benefits for not having a physical billboard. Like, I'm not sure if you have to replace these boards and whether this canvas ends up in a landfill or whether you can provide solar somewhere else. I don't know what it could be, but I would say that if this adds much energy use to the city system, I would still be a no, and I would want proof from you, the applicant, that it doesn't. So that's just my thought.
Yep. Board Member Sacco?
Through the chair, nothing new to add on my end. I'm with the rest of the board. Thanks.
Okay. Is that clear to the applicant? So it sounds like you do not currently have the votes to move forward. So your options are to continue to a future meeting, to pull the application, or for us to vote. No worries.
And sorry, I was muted and accidentally, thanks for unmuting me. I appreciate everyone's input. It's very, very helpful. And I do believe that with some time to address the concerns that we may be able to assuage some of those. I do not know if the best way to do this would be a continuance or withdrawal and the
continuance.
formality between the two.
Yeah, you want a continuance is the answer.
Okay, yeah, in that case, Mr. Chair, yeah, Lamar would like to request a continuance to address the concerns of the board.
Okay, thank you very much. On the motion to, is there a motion to continue?
To what date? I would actually like him to have enough time to actually
Oh,
come
yeah,
up with
that's
it,
a great
right?
point. Thank you very much. So the next board meeting is August 10th, and then the meeting after that is August 31st. Do you think you could get something back to us by August 31st?
That was the one I had in mind. I believe we could address that, and obviously if we needed something further, I could talk to staff who have been very
Yes.
helpful with us throughout the process. So yes, that would be fine, Chair.
Yeah, if you need more time, you would just request to the staff, and we would do as you saw at the beginning of the meeting, just continue it. Okay,
And
there
through-
is,
Through the chair, just want to be clear too, that we typically look for new information essentially 10 days ahead of the hearing. So wanting to be sure that the 31st still works with getting us the information to get to you all and process around the 17th of August.
did the applicant hear that? So we would need the information to the city staff by August 17th.
I think that's something that we're comfortable taking on, yes.
Okay, and again, if you're not able to, just let the city staff know and we'll move accordingly. Okay, is there a motion to continue this to the August 31st meeting?
I'd like to make a motion to continue the right-of-way adjacent to 692 Millbury Street to the date as stated by the chair.
Is there a second?
Second,
On the motion, Board Member Abramoff,
yes.
Board Member Maremi,
Yes.
Board Member Torcono,
Yes.
Board Member Sacco.
Yes.
My vote's yes, and consider that I made the motion, I guess we'll do it for this case. Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
All right, next up is, oh, God help us, number 4, 256 Sunderland Road.
Good evening, members of the board. For the record, my name is Donald O'Neill. I'm a lawyer here in Worcester. I'm here this evening on behalf of Sunderland Village LLC in connection with the property at 256 Sunderland Road. We're seeking a special permit to allow the single-family attached residences that are proposed because this is an RL7 zone. In connection with that, we're also seeking a variance for the frontage requirement, which in our case would amount to 550 feet because it's based upon 25 feet per unit. However, in the situation that we have, and similar to the other condominium developments that are located on the street, the access to the property would be by private driveway, which would be installed and maintained by the applicant without, any kind of a maintenance obligation on the part of the city. So with respect to the frontage, we're requesting the relief because we're actually using probably about, 35, 40 feet of frontage at the most to provide the driveway entrance. And under the provisions in the ordinance, they're assuming that the frontage requirement would be actually on a public street, hence the 25 feet per unit is reasonable when you're on a public street, but not so much in this case where we're accessing through one driveway. The one driveway also has, in regard to the variance relief, has advantages because you control the traffic through one location, in and out. There's plenty of room for people trying to exit onto Sunderland Road to queue up if they need to in order to get out. And you avoid the situation where you've got multiple driveways coming out onto Sunderland Road, which gets a fair amount of traffic, and given this location and the topography on the site, what we're proposing, I think, is a big improvement in terms of safe access to the property. So we're asking relief due to the site conditions which warrant central driveway access, and also regarding the special permit for the use. It's obviously entirely consistent with surrounding uses in that neighborhood, and feel that this would be a way to utilize the space that's available to create additional housing with minimal impacts on the city. I did review the recommendations from staff, which appear on page 4 of the staff memo. Most of them we're happy to accept. There's a couple that I just want to bring to your attention. The second one, 1B, requests that trees be planted every 50 feet along the Sunderland Road and also along the common driveway in compliance with the subdivision rules and regulations. We are, and later on somewhere else in the staff memo, it indicates that unless we're requesting a waiver from the planning board, which we do intend to request, particularly with respect to the northerly section of the property. We've got a sidewalk, we've got an arborvitae hedge, we've got a fence, all in that location. So it seems that I think we need to look into that a little bit more, which we will be doing because we're required to go to site plan approval. So our intention would be to request a waiver and hope that the board would be comfortable leaving it to the planning board to either grant that waiver or not, just because of the concern that we have about requiring those trees and how it's going to work with the between the an extension of the sidewalk and also the screening that's going to be provided for the detention basin and the fencing as well. It's a lot going on there. So we're requesting that at this point. We have no problem with A. C. D talks about extending the sidewalk into the property from Sunderland Road along the northerly side of the driveway. We're agreeable to the northerly extension. This is at a minimum, and we would ask that just provide that the condition, and I guess maybe that might be a problem now that you have problems with conditions, but that there's an existing sidewalk, there will be a sidewalk on the northerly side. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to do that on the southerly side. So we have no objection to the condition generally, but would strike the minimum installation and just provide that the sidewalk be installed along the northerly portion of the driveway. With respect to the last condition, we're proposing private trash pickup, which would be curbside. So there is no dumpster. The way that it's written, I mean, it says if there's a dumpster. No dumpster is proposed. So I don't really have any objection to that wording, but we are not going to be providing a dumpster, so I think it's repetitive or not necessary. And the only other provision that I would like to bring to the board's attention is a G, which requests that we reduce the size of the driveway to 9 feet, which is the width of the driveway door. We do object to that, just because the doesn't really give people room to get in and out of their car without, stepping on the grass or stepping on what will eventually become mud if it's, if it gets a lot of foot traffic, and feel that what's proposed in the plan is appropriate and an appropriate width that would be involved, and that 9 feet we just think is a little thin. It's one thing if you need it in order to meet impervious coverage restrictions or something like that, but generally that's not our situation, and feel that it's a little bit too narrow or more narrow than we would prefer. Other than that, we're agreeable to the provisions. There were some other suggestions or comments in the back page, which we feel that we can be worked out at the planning board level. Rafael Hernandez from Acropolis is, I believe, online, to the extent that you've got any questions about the building layout or the facades that are proposed. We have dressed up the building so that the units which face Sunderland Road have they've added a door, and they've done some other things to connect with the street a little bit better. And we have provided those to staff. I think at the bottom right hand on the screen that showed would be the unit that faces Sunderland Road. But if you, to the extent you have any questions for Raphael, he's should be available. And also Mark Elbag had done the engineering on the project. He's also available online to the extent you have any questions for him. And if you have any questions for me, I'll do my best to answer them.
I have two questions. The first is, do you request the waivers? The waivers, do you request the waivers?
Oh, yeah, yes, and the two waivers that are listed on page 5.
And then the other is, just for the city staff, I think, so we have here a written finding of facts based on the new outline for the variance portion of this request. I don't, does the applicant need to read it, or does this suffice as being read into the record?
Through the chair, Attorney O'Neill provided, so ultimately it's the board's determination. I would suggest, unless each of you have read that already, which I'm not sure that you have because you were provided with it at the meeting, that the applicant just read it into the record. I also think that in this particular case, the last 4 findings, they did not update, so they would need to crosswalk that with the findings that were previously provided, which don't directly align. There's a lot of parallels, but they're not identical. So we just want to be sure that the record's clear, if you vote to approve it, what the findings are.
Okay, so just to be clarified, the currently 2 and 3 are the same as what they were before, and so we would need to know what's changed. Is that what you're saying?
1, 2, and 3 were provided today.
Yes, correct.
So those are new, and then
I got it.
4,
4,
5,
5, and 6.
6, and 7 are similar but not identical to the previous. So we have not gone through for each case and crosswalked them for the applicants. That's something that applicants need to do, and so we would recommend that the board ask them to do that here for each case, because it's not been something that our team has had the time to be able to do, unfortunately.
I got it. Okay. I will, for the purposes of moving this along, I will take 1, 2, and 3, and I'll ask you to do 4, 5, and 6, just to walk it through for the board. So just really quickly for board members, for the record, how a strict enforcement of the provision of the City of Worcester ordinance would result in practical difficulty. The applicant has written a strict enforcement of the zoning board. A zoning ordinance would limit the number of proposed units to 8, which results in practical difficulty since the ordinance assumes that units will be assessed directly for the lot's road frontage, notwithstanding noting the fact that lot area can accommodate the 22 units proposed for the site without any relief provided the units are accessed by the private 22-foot wide shared driveway proposed, although the driveway access mitigates the need for the frontage required in the zoning ordinance for access. There's no provision in the ordinance which addresses the situation other than the variance relief option provided. So basically, because the way it envisions is that the 22 single-family attached would be on the street, and the ordinance sort of assumes that without us making the variance, it obviously wouldn't work. The second thing, the applicant writes, how the grant of relief for the practical difficulty benefits the petitioner public interest, includes supporting the production of housing. The request relief will allow for the construction of additional housing to help meet the need for the same by using the proposed driveway access to the units, which mitigates the need for the frontage required by the ordinance. I think that's clear. And then number 3, how the grant of relief for the practical difficulty will not be at the detriment to the public health, safety, and welfare of the neighborhood. The relief sought may be granted with no detriment to the public health, safety, and welfare of the neighborhood by providing safer access to and from Sunderland Road from the unit, occupants which directly and indirectly benefit the neighborhood generally. Okay, so for 5, 4, 5, and 6, can you just walk us through how it's changed a little based on the updated variance requirements? And apologize, we're all working through the new rules as best we can. Yeah.
Did you say 5 and 6? 4, 5, and 6.
What? And 7, sorry.
So we could, I was gonna say, the chair, if you ask the question, basically 4 is how the practical difficulty relates to soil conditions, shape, and topography of the land and structures.
So in the in the original application, I think that we had indicated that the topography on the site, as well as the proposed structures, and given the size of the lot, which actually has ample area to provide the number of units that is proposed, the limitation on the frontage that was available created, in this case, a practical difficulty in terms of developing the property to utilize the space that was available. A strict enforcement of the provisions of the zoning ordinance would impose a financial hardship on the petitioner in that it severely limits the number of units that could be constructed on the site disproportionately to the amount of area that's available, particularly in a situation where the frontage requirement is based upon the actual use of the frontage as opposed to a driveway access. The benefits sought by the petitioner can be achieved by some other method feasible to the petitioner to achieve. I don't believe there is another alternative which would allow us to put 22 units on the property without the requested relief that's granted. And the practical difficulty was not self-created by the applicant. This lot has been in this configuration for 25, 30 years, and that the alternative requirements, proposed use that we have is based upon the requirement of the zoning ordinance, which doesn't provide an alternative.
City staff.
Sure, through the chair, this is Michelle Smith in the city's planning division. So in front of you this evening, again, a variance request related to frontage. The applicant seeking relief of 337.54 feet, which is 61% of the 550-foot minimum frontage requirement in the RL7 zone in which the property is located. They're also seeking a special permit to allow the use, so we only allow 2 units by right, basically, on a lot in this zone, plus an EDU, so that's kind of the maximum without coming into a special permit of some form from this board. So the applicant's proposing 6 buildings in attached style dwellings, as you see here on the screen. 4 of those have 4 in each building, and then 2 of those buildings have 3 units in each building, as you see on the north side, plan north of the driveway here. So that is what is in front of you. We do have recommendations for conditions of approval. I will review the comments that the applicant's counsel provided. We'll note that there are 2 waivers that staff have identified. Just would recommend that that be handled procedurally to where the board to move to a motion. In terms of the by right options for this location, essentially your highest density option gets you to 12 units by right, which is 6 duplexes, each with an ADU. So that would be the highest density by right. And then again, anything of a higher density requires special permit from this board. Multifamily low-rise notably would be permissible with only 140 feet of frontage. The applicant would basically be driven in terms of how many units they could have on the site by virtue of lot area. So that would be 40 units would be permissible. Obviously, that use still requires a special permit, but just from a density comparative. Through special permit for cluster development, there are also some options. Again, not sure that that would get them close to the number that they are seeking, but just as far as the range of options go. In terms of other comments that staff had and how those have kind of paralleled, there are a number of comments for the applicant's benefit. Specifically, the comment around the sidewalk came from both planning and DTM. I will note on that the subdivision regulations require sidewalks on both sides. The planning board will need to weigh in on that at a later time. We have no issue with striking that at minimum. The language was put there to just indicate that ultimately the planning board has a determination to make if they're not proposing to have those on both sides of the common driveway. So no issue with that modification to D. We don't feel strongly related to G, but just trying to find ways to minimize the amount of impervious surface that's sort of visible from the public realm in these types of configurations, and based on comments that the boards have provided in the past relative to that. So not a strong preference there. Ultimately, the board's discretion. We did have a question about the dumpster. Understand that the applicant's proposing some form of curbside pickup. I guess I would defer to the board if you feel it's necessary to include a condition. Obviously, that's a type of pickup that's going to be unique compared to what one of our kind of by right options, if you will, would operate as. So I think that might be something you may wish to consider. I don't know if the applicant could talk more about that. I assume that bins would be maintained within the unit and rolled to the driveway and not to Sunderland Road. But I don't know the logistics of that. So if you care to digress into that level of detail, you can. Otherwise, we have no issue with striking that. We put that there mostly as a catch-all, so we didn't forget to talk about trash removal. But again, that's coming out of the comment on just understanding how that will operate. In terms of the other comments related to vegetation, you'll notice that there is a large infiltration system that's proposed up towards the street. Given the size of that, it's directly related and proportional to the scale of the project. Staff had recommended screening and strictly enforcing the minimum requirement. Certainly, the board could choose to establish higher requirements related to vegetation. One of the special permit criteria, obviously, is impact on the natural environment. So typically, we are pro-tree. I will just note subdivision rules and regs will require a bare minimum of 5 trees in the front yard. The applicant is only proposing 1 tree in the front yard for the entire property. If my understanding of trees versus shrubs is correct, which I hope it is, from the updated plans. So that's just kind of our commentary around that. Ultimately, again, that would be something that the planning board will need to waive specifically, but also is something that this board has heavily liked to condition related to use special permits and otherwise in the past to minimize kind of the visual effect of some of the features that go along with the intensity of the development. Again, ultimately, the board's preference, which relates to 1B, similar comments I know the applicant indicated they were okay with, but that's kind of the same tone for 1C where that was derived from. And then I think that was everything, Attorney O'Neill, that you wanted to talk about in terms of conditions. Perfect. Want to make sure I didn't miss anything. I don't need to highlight the other items. Those are just, again, comments for the benefit of the applicant. In terms of the location, we are on the southwest side of Sunderland Road. As you're possibly familiar from having gone by the site or being familiar with the site, there are residential condominiums that essentially surround the property on the western side of the street, and then directly across the street there is another set of condominiums. There are also directly across the street a couple single-family homes. You're about a wide block off of Grafton Street. That is located in our managed growth area, which is encouraging moderate increases in housing density within walk-shed of transit. Here, the closest bus stop is just under half a mile away. I'll just note the quarter-mile walk-shed is to the corridor, not to a specific stop, in terms of the difference there. The applicant will require site plan review as well as more than one building and a lot review from the planning board and a notice of intent filing with the Conservation Commission. Happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Okay. Is anybody here for 256 Sunderland Road? Is anybody online? Okay. This is, for me, pretty straightforward. I think this is a good application. I like the use of the property. I think we would be, as a city, a detriment if they went with by right with as much space as they have. So I think the city has an interest in terms of the variance in moving forward with this level of moderate density, single-family detached, the three together. I guess not single-family, it's three detached, but it's, duplexes attached together in a place where there's a bunch of those makes a lot of sense. So to me, this is a good use of property. This is a good project. I'm happy to provide the frontage variance based on that, based on the new regulations as stated. I think those are met. In terms of the special permit, I think that these are good. They are single-family attached dwellings in RL7, so I think that they meet our criteria. I'm happy to strike in D at minimum. I'm comfortable with the applicant asking us to strike G. Reduce the length. I think the plan is not much more than that, so I'm comfortable with that as well. I think the interest for the city is to limit how many people are parking in front, so that you're not sort of like getting what we see in some other subdivisions where people are like using what space is available to try to fit in as many cars as possible. I don't quite think that's possible here, so I'm comfortable with, based on what I've read of the plans, I think with G. I don't know if the applicant's amenable. I hear what they said on H. I'd like to put at least somewhere in a plan, and maybe we can just ask the applicant to say that their plan is for curbside pickup, but I would just like, so that if something changes, we're not like then left with no oversight over the trash pickup. So I had wrote down like curbside pickup, applicant will be responsible as stated, but I'm also happy to say like, any plan that the applicant has to give a plan over to the city, just so that we're not in a situation where where you're changing up how you're doing trash and then we don't have regulations for a dumpster. So I don't know, I sort of defer to the city, but just to make sure we capture what you've said in writing in some form or another. But other than that, and then for B, I would like to keep B. I understand the applicant's desire to have it waived. For me, it's pretty minimum, and so I'm not, but if other people want to strike it, if people feel strongly one way or another, I don't feel like this wouldn't be the reason to hold it up. So the summary of my position is I agree with the applicant's edits for D and G. I'm happy to work out something that captures what is happening on the ground for H. And I'd like to keep B, but I don't think that's a reason to not move it forward. And I'm very happy to move this project forward. I think it's a fantastic project. Okay, Board Member Abramov.
Mr. Chairman, is it
Yes,
possible
please.
to,
Yeah, go ahead.
if we do end up keeping B, to provide that in that location, or if not possible, another location on the property, or
Yes.
something along those lines?
I would be amenable to that.
You know, if it's really busy on that area, there may be another location where we could locate a tree which is not going to affect visibility, and it's not going to be crowded by the arborvitae and the fencing and the sidewalk, et cetera.
I'm amenable to that, absolutely. Okay.
So through the chair would be, the request, as I understand it, would be to request the quantity of shade trees that are required, but not the spacing, basically, if I understand Attorney
I think
Gross.
I would say, it would say keep the wording and say if applicable, if possible, and if not, some other location on site be made. So at least we're keeping that that our desire is to keep this spacing, but if not possible, that they would work out for another site.
Okay.
Board Member Abramoff.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, I agree with B, saying if you can't fit them on the street, put them somewhere, if that's okay with the applicant. Striking G is fine. The dumpster, I don't really care if there's a dumpster there or not. You have to arrange for garbage pickup.
Yeah, I mean, the dumpster, we're not planning one, I mean, so there's.
Well, this says if it is.
If we do, then we'll
So
show one, so I think it could stay if it
I'm
needed
sure
to.
you're okay with it, with the way it's worded. If there's a dumpster, you
Yes.
include it on the plan. If there's no dumpster, don't include it.
You want to talk? Yeah, tell them who you are.
You have to just turn on you have to green light.
Name and,
Name and city of town residence.
Yes, Robert Dupre, owner's rep, Massachusetts. With respect to a few of these issues, excuse me, the reason we don't leave dumpsters, because this isn't our first, go-around, let's say. What happens is they create a nuisance from a pest standpoint. Additionally, they cause problems where people look for a free dumpster, let's say, and how do you police that? That becomes an issue. All of these units have sufficient garage space. Everyone's going to have containers in the garage, so it's not a concern. Collection once a week always works out, and that seems to be the most efficient way to do it. Because if you have a big box and then next thing you know, someone's uncle brought something, it just turns into a nightmare. With respect to the trees, now the whole north side, as you know, it's been delineated from a wetland standpoint, but that's heavily forested. And we have a lot of really large capital trees there, oaks and such. So, I mean, we're big about trees, but we're also practical, because I've done the movie where we put in a lot of trees, and next thing you know, 8, 10 years, the roots are growing through everything. Or a bush area, green space becomes one giant hedge because there's so many plants. So you have to incorporate future growth, and the reason we don't want to put the trees along the detention basin on Sunderland is because the arborvitaes won't be such an issue with respect to root growth over the long run and possibly compromise the detention basin, where trees have a good chance of doing that. And that's what, and there's some other considerations too, but that's our main concern there. And we're going to add, we talked about, we're probably incorporating privacy screening in that fence that surrounds the detention basin. So, we're going to, it's a lot of times when it comes to trees, it's like you have to look at it once you get there, because you have drainage issues here that, structures and stuff. So you can't just pop them just because it looks like you have an open space, and that's our concern. We'll do, it'll look more than adequate. I mean, everywhere we've ever gone, it's always going to enhance anything in the neighborhood. And the beauty of this project, where it's a private project, it's a windfall for the city. That's the whole advantage of market rate, condos, because the city provides minimum services. It's just public safety, and possibly a few, students for school system. So from a tax standpoint, it always turns out to be a big windfall. It might not be fair for the condo owners, but that's just the way it is,
Okay. Anything else, Board Member Abramoff?
no, I'm fine with it.
Okay. Board Member Marami.
So I really like this project as well, and I like the new layout of the parking on the northern side. My only question, and I'm sorry if I missed this, is what is the connection between the outdoor recreation space to the northern side of the building? Just wondering about that piece.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Sorry. No, just wondering about the connection between the outdoor recreation space to the building. So what is that?
You're talking the wetlands area?
Yeah, like the northern side.
That northern side, what it is, it basically, we're not, you're not allowed to turn it into a recreational area. It's a resource area.
Okay.
So it's going to be also where the stormwater and the overflow is going to, saturate, that's the whole point. The wetlands are going to stay, the water's going to stay on site,
Okay.
and permeate back in the ground.
Okay. Thank you.
Board Member Torcono?
I have no comments at this time, but let's see if anybody else, but so far I have no more comments.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Barnhagen?
Through the chair, I agree this is a good project to move forward. I'm fine with B as amended. I'm fine with striking at minimum from D. I'm fine with striking G, and I'm fine with just keeping H because the applicant's not really making a big deal of it. And it's good to just have it there in case something changes in the future. Otherwise, I have no other comments.
Okay. And for this one, Board Member Barnhagen will be voting. Board Member Sacco?
No comment.
Okay. That being said, is there anything else? Otherwise, I'll take a motion to close.
I guess just confirming that everyone's okay with the change to all the.
Yeah, is everybody okay with, so, go ahead. What?
Through the chair,
Yes.
this is Eric talking. Which changes are we talking about? Is
Yeah,
it?
that's a great question. Let me review. So, to change B to say, reflect the shade trees shall be planted no less than every 50 feet. If not possible, some other locations on site along Sunderland Road, common driveway in compliance with subdivision regulations. For D, to strike at minimum, but keep the rest the same. To strike G, as the applicant has requested, and to keep H, even though the applicant has made clear it's not going to be applicable, but just so that if something changes, we have some cover so that, and if they don't have a dumpster, it doesn't come into kick in, so it's not a problem. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Is everybody okay moving forward as stated?
I am.
Okay, great. Well, then I will take a motion to close.
I'd like to make a motion to close on 256 Sunderland Road.
Second,
On the motion to close, Board Member Abramov?
yes.
Board Member Maremi?
Yes.
Board Member Torcono?
Yes.
Board Member Barnhagen?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion on 256 Sunderland Road for the approval of a variance for relief from the minimum frontage requirement for a single-family attached dwelling use in an RL7 zone and a special permit to allow a single-family attached dwelling use in an RL7 zone with the special permit approval subject to the conditions set forth on page 4 of the staff memo and the waivers as requested by the applicant. And the, right, and 1B amended as stated, 1D removal of the words at minimum, the removal of 1G, and that's it.
All right, is there a second?
Second,
On the motion, Board Member Abramov?
my vote is yes.
Board Member Maremi?
Yes.
Board Member Torcono?
My vote is yes.
Board Member Barnhagen?
Yes.
My vote's yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, committee, thank you very much.
Okay.
Staff, thank you.
Great. Make a motion for a 10-minute recess?
5 minute.
5-minute recess.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
All right, 5 minutes. We will reconvene at 7:41. I was talking to anybody who would do it because You guys ready? Yes. If the applicant for 1 Jackson Street could please come forward.
Sorry, through the chair, do we just want to make sure that Board Member
Oh, yeah.
Sacco, are you back online, please?
I'm here. Good
And
to go.
Board Member Turcono?
Board Member Turcono?
I'm here.
Yep. Anyone?
I'm here.
Thank you. Go ahead.
For the record, again, my name is Donald O'Neill. I'm a lawyer here in Worcester. Here this evening in connection with this application for 1 Jackson Street on behalf of Jackson Street Apartments LLC, seeking variance relief for the parking requirement that would tie in with a change of use for the existing building. What my client is proposing to do is to convert this building to residential use with a total of 32 apartments, predominantly studio and 1 bedroom, with a smaller number of 2-family apartments as well. The problem here relates to the building on the site, which basically occupies the entire lot. So there is no possibility of providing parking that would meet the needs for the use that's being proposed. Certainly nothing close to 36 parking spaces. However, the original, this is obviously an older historical building, which would have been constructed prior to, I would say, common automobile use. Not sure of the original date of construction, but the staff memo does indicate that the property was originally constructed as 5 apartments. There's 5 floors, so I would assume it would have been 1 on each floor. In 1912, it was converted to 12 apartments, and that was the 1913, rather. And that use remained through 1969. So there never was that residential history of the property, but there never was a parking that would have been provided because it wasn't needed. This in regard, I'd say it's similar to the Albion, which is directly next door and actually owned by the same owner of this property. The use that we're proposing now, after 1969, it was converted to a warehouse use and some light manufacturing. And that was I guess, the last sort of viable use that the property was put to. The relief that we're requesting with respect to the variance, again, is tied to the building itself. There's just no ability to provide the parking. And the change of use triggers the requirement for the provision of parking. As it stands now, it would be grandfathered for the warehouse use that's in place. So also has no parking and basically no loading dock. So it's ill-suited for the warehousing use, and the way that the ordinance is written, the applicant could continue that use, which makes no financial sense, and also is, I think, I would submit inconsistent with some of the other renovation that's going on with the surrounding properties. The intent here is to screen the tenants that will be renting the property, it's our expectation, although it's not codified yet, but that we're expecting that most of the tenants that are going to be living within this location will be qualified for as affordable units. We're based on figures from the city, the overall automobile ownership from apartment uses is actually nowhere near what the ordinance presupposes would be required for tenants. And the reality is that basically there are a lot of people who don't have a car and need a place to live, or need a place to live greater than their need for a place to park a vehicle. So there would be some self-selection that would go on. People would be aware that there's no off-street parking. There's really kind of limited off-street parking, I think, in the neighborhood generally. So I don't know that anyone would be tempted to say, well, I'll find a spot on the street, because I don't think that's going to work. But in any case, we have a building which we're looking to renovate to provide housing for people that need the housing and would be happy to have the housing, notwithstanding the fact that no place to park a car, which perhaps they don't have. The plan in this case actually is to seek additional relief from the planning board under the inclusionary zoning provisions, which would allow us to cancel out basically the remaining parking spaces that are required. Based on the way the ordinance is written, there are 20 spaces that we would need relief from the board to proceed to the planning board level. We have filed an application with the planning board and would be going before the planning board. And as one of the conditions of approval that goes along with the special permit that would be required for the elimination of the remaining 16 parking spaces is to certain number of the units are required to be restricted and limited under the affordability provisions. As I said, we're expecting that basically they all will, but whatever requirement that the planning board imposes as a condition of the approval of waiving the additional parking spaces, you know, we will satisfy that and in all likelihood probably exceed that. But, you know, that's the intention that we've got. I have looked, there are a couple things in the staff memo, questions that were raised. We did provide a transportation memo basically supporting our request for relief with respect to the parking. There was one thing that needed to be corrected in the memo itself, and that is the traffic engineer was looking at a different set of floor plans. We do have a bicycle storage unit area proposed, which is in the basement, and it does have parking for, I think, 26, or not parking, storage for 26 bicycles. And there had been an earlier one where I think that was on the first floor. That was on a December plan. The March plan actually has storage in the basement, and that area that was on the first floor has been converted to a community room, which I'm told that is somewhere around 500 square feet. We are aware that there's a requirement to provide 10% of the space for recreational space, which would be the lion's share of that would be either all or almost all included in that room. And I think there's another 41 feet that we have to find somewhere. But, you know, once again, there's limited ability to, outside of the building. We're not proposing any changes to the structure of the building in terms of windows, doors, and that, other than to put new windows and new doors, but not new openings. There are a couple of other comments in staff's memo about possibility of providing a connection for e-bikes. I spoke to my client about that, and he indicated that based on the Abion building next door, the fire department doesn't want chargers within the building, because if you don't monitor them, they can ignite, and burn the building down. But we would be open to an outlet outside the building, and also there was a question about what was the provision for trash. Trash would be private pickup as well. My client owns the building also at 5 Jackson Street, where there is a ability to have a dumpster, provide additional outdoor storage space for, I think staff was recommending, visitor bike rack of 2. I mean, we could maybe even go a little higher than 2. But anyway, a small bike exterior storage area and in proximity to whatever the charger would be. Other than that, and there are a couple of waivers that are recommended, 2 waivers that are listed on page 4 of 8. I would request those waivers. I did provide, I misunderstood the memo that had come out in terms of the need to provide responses to the various criteria that have been recently imposed, but I used my 5 minutes.
Oh, okay,
productively.
great. I will say, I think when things shake out, may is not the same as shall.
Yeah.
And it'll probably fake
Okay.
out, but for the purposes of making sure we're covering everything.
Okay.
I think, great. If you have it, please say
Yeah,
it
I'm
now.
ready.
All right. Well, then I'll just go really quickly for the record. Since you did provide for 1, 2, and 3, how strict enforcement of the provision of the City of Worcester ordinance result in practical difficulty. The existing structure on site occupies almost the entire parcel, which leaves no room for off-street parking on the lot and presents a practical difficulty. The prior use of the property for warehousing and light manufacturing was a quote grandfather use, which allowed for the continued use of the building without off-street parking. The applicant is now proposing a new residential use for the property, which triggers the need for the zoning ordinance for required off-street parking. How the grant relief of the practical difficulty benefits their practitioner public interest, including supporting the production of housing. The request relief will allow the building to be modified to provide much-needed housing for occupants who do not require off-street parking and will eliminate the prior use for the building, which are inconsistent with the neighborhood transition to residential use generally. How the grant of relief of practical difficulty will not be detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare in the neighborhood. The requested relief may be granted with no detriment to the public good, since the proposed residential use of the property is keeping with the evolving residential character of the surrounding neighborhood, and building will be occupied by tenants who are aware of the fact that no off-street parking is available, which allow the building to be used for housing tenants who have no parking needs or have made alternative private arrangements for parking prior to occupancy. Okay, and then you have the ones for 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Okay. So with regard to 4, the practical difficulty in this situation relates to the structure on the building, and specifically the fact that it occupies pretty much all available space. So that would be the difficulty that we have in terms of providing off-street parking, given that there's no land available because of the structure. A strict enforcement of the provisions of the zoning ordinance would impose a financial hardship on the petitioner by requiring the petitioner basically to maintain the existing warehouse use of the property in a building which was not designed for or ideally suited for that use. So I think that would be a financial hardship on the petitioner. Item 6, there is no other alternative that I'm aware of that would provide some other feasible means to provide the required parking, because the required parking is actually required under the ordinance to be on the lot, and there's no physical possibility of doing that. And the practical difficulty was not self-created, since this is an existing building built in somewhere, well, it was renovated in 1913, so probably 20, 30 years before that. So that's a pre-existing situation that was in effect when the property was purchased.
Okay, I have one other question. So in the application, I just want to clarify that we have here that the applicant indicates that 100% of the 32 units will be affordable at or below 60% AMI. Is that correct?
So through the chair, that was a conversation that we had prior to the meeting tonight. There was a misunderstanding about how much affordability the applicant was going to be using for the planning board special permit. And so where we landed was that doesn't impact the amount of relief that they are seeking tonight, so that by the time we get to the planning board process, we will have vetted what affordability deeded restrictions the applicant is going to be using.
So what we can say for this meeting is that some portion of the building will be affordable, sufficient to get the needed relief, which will obviously be significant because there's no parking, and to what extent that is will be determined between now and the planning board. Is that correct?
Yes, and I think the number, whatever number it is that's required will be what it is, but that doesn't really impact the relief that we're getting from you. But but we're not. There's no way to make parking spaces either, so we're going to have to satisfy those requirements.
Yes. Okay. City staff.
Through the chair, this is Amy Beth Lath for the Planning Division. So as discussed, this is a variance for a relief of 20 spaces from the base requirement of 36 spaces. That's the minimum parking requirement for a multifamily dwelling. And the applicant is proposing to reuse the existing building. Again, they're not proposing any changes other than aesthetic changes. They are restoring the existing building, removing the exterior stairwell / fire escape, and replacing existing ground level hardscape elements like walkways. The Attorney O'Neill gave you kind of the history of the building with how it transpired through the residential uses. No parking or loading for motor vehicles is proposed. Bike parking is proposed with the 26, the bike storage space with the 26 spaces for bikes. This will be a 32-unit building. As indicated, we will determine before the planning board process what level of affordability and a number of units so that the applicant can take advantage of the density bonuses through the inclusionary zoning ordinance. We are in the BG3 zone, and this building is also located within the CCODE elsewhere, the CCODE. There is ample transportation, public transportation. There's a bus stop located right at the end of the street. This area of the city is in the transformative growth area for the city-wide long-range plan, which envisions the uses to be mixed use with some commercial units on the first floor and then housing above those units. As Attorney O'Neill did indicate, 10%, because of the zone, 10% of the lot area must be provided as recreational space for new residential developments. And because the privilege of the old residential uses is much, much expired, they do need to provide that recreation space. They will need to have that clarified before they are able to be approved for their building permits. And also, on their plans, they should designate what the uses are going to be for the community spaces. We talked about trash. We talked about the TDM plan. We talked about the bikes. We talked about the exterior. We would like to see the exterior bike racks for guests. The one thing we didn't talk about, there's no mechanical room indicated on the plans, and there are no mechanicals reflected, because this is, the survey just kind of shows the existing parcel. So the applicant should address how mechanicals are being housed or where they're going to be located. And then, again, because the building does take up the entirety of the lot, the applicant should coordinate with National Grid and DPW if any of that work is going to impact the right-of-way, if there's any transformers that need to be placed anywhere. And so if the applicant can just, if they have any knowledge of what that's going to look like.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, Rafael Hernandez is also involved in this project. I believe he's online. And I think if he could jump in and answer the question in terms of the mechanical components, that would help.
Great.
Hi, yes, Rafael Hernandez, Carapos Design, Worcester, Massachusetts. Yeah, this building we're planning to be fully electric. There'll be heat pumps on the rooftop, either zoned or individual hot water heaters inside all the units. So the mechanical requirements will be, standalone mechanical requirements will be minimal. We will have electrical panels, and these plans are in a schematic design level, but that will all be worked out with the MEP engineers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one more thing through the chair. As we did talk about earlier this evening, the only relief sought by the applicant is a variance, so there are no conditions of approval, but there are 2 waivers. Just wanted to point that out for the applicant.
Yeah, which I think you've already asked for, if I recall correctly.
I think I did, but if I didn't, I am asking now.
Yeah. Okay. Is anybody here for 1 Jackson Street? Is anybody online? Okay, so just again to reiterate what was just stated, under the new regulations, we have to vote for this up or down. If there are other considerations, we don't have the power to sort of enforce them. So we are voting up and down, and then because Board Member Bart Hagan voted as the alternate in the last one, Board Member Sacco, you are going to be voting on this one for 1 Jackson Street. But of course, we welcome everybody's input. Okay, so from my perspective, this is a city building in a city location which is actually a beautiful building. It's like a really beautiful building. Clearly the brickwork and other work that takes up the entirety of the lot. So there is in fact no practical way to have parking in a space that's made to be an old-fashioned city building in a city where there would be no parking, and people would just have to figure it out. So for that reason, currently it's abandoned and its real beauty is not being used, and it should be lived in. It would be a shame for us to not move it, and from my perspective, it would be a shame for us to not move it forward. It's just a beautiful building, so I'd like to see it come alive with people, and to do so, we need to grant a parking waiver because there will never be an opportunity for parking on this location. So I'm happy to move it forward. I think having it be affordable is also, I'm glad that the city has leverage points to move that as a part of this process. That's also be great for this. So I'm happy to vote yes. Board Member Abramoff.
I agree, and I'm also happy to vote yes.
Board Member, actually lost my list. Board Member Moremi.
I have no further
Oh, you took it. I was like, somebody took my list. Just hand it to me. Thank you. Thank you. Board Member Moremi.
I have no further comments, except for I think we're making the best use of this building, so I also would vote yes.
Board Member Turcono.
I'm glad somebody is making use of this building. I drive by it all the time, and I agree. We cannot get enough parking. It's in the city. It's a city building, so I think we welcome it.
Board
I
member,
like it.
oh, excuse me, I apologize. Board member Bart Hagan.
Through the chair, I agree with everything everyone has said. It'd be a shame to get in the way of turning this building into a vibrant, housing development. And I think, right now the city council is considering changing the parking limitations and to make it easier and require less parking. I know that's in progress, but I think people will self-select and they will move in here if they need many cars to be parked. I think buildings like this in city centers don't need that as many parking. I know this is a drastic reduction to 0, but I think it's okay. So,
Board member Sacco. You dropped? Okay. Board member Bart Hagan, you're not voting. You're on. Okay. That happens when you're online. All right. In that case, I will take, you're off the hook. I'll take a motion to close.
So moved?
Is there a second?
Second,
On the motion to close, Board member Abramoff,
yes.
Board member Maremi,
Yes.
Board member Torcono,
Yes.
Board member Bart Hagan,
yes.
and my vote is yes. Is there a motion on 1 Jackson Street?
I'll make a motion for 1 Jackson Street for the granting of a variance for relief of 20 parking spaces from the 36-space minimum parking requirements for a multifamily dwelling with the waivers as requested by the applicant.
Is there a second?
Second,
On the motion, Board member Abramoff,
yes.
Board member Maremi,
Yes.
Board member Torcono,
Yes.
Board member Bart Hagan.
Yes.
My vote's yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next up is 610 Lincoln Street. The applicant could please come forward. Without my little script, I'm like lost. Wait, what happens? Just state your name and city of town of residence for the record, please.
My name is Hassan Omola, Worcester, Massachusetts. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Hassan Omola, and I am here with my team tonight to request a special permit to operate a 12-vehicle used car dealership at 610 Lincoln Street. Our goal is to bring a clean, professional, and low-impact business to the area. Can we go to slide? We will operate as a sales-only dealership. There will be absolutely no mechanical repairs, oil changes, or body work done on site. This completely eliminates the noise, tools, and hazardous fluids typically associated with automotive uses. Can you do slide? As you can see on the site plan, our layout was carefully mapped out. All 12 inventory vehicles fit comfortably within the designated property lines. We also have assigned customer spaces, ensuring that our business will never cause overflow parking onto public streets or neighboring properties. Slide 4. Because we only carry 12 cars, our customer volume is naturally very low. We plan to operate largely by appointment, which spreads out visitors and prevents traffic concentration. Furthermore, any vehicle deliveries will happen entirely off-street, keeping the main road safe and clear. Also, we will operate during business hours, Monday to Saturday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. We are committed not to bring any negative impact to the neighborhood. There will be no broken down cars, loose parts, or tires stored outside. Our lighting will phase downward to protect neighboring properties. Also, no loud noises will be present on the site. This is a photo of our office and like the vehicle display area, like showing everything and where the cars will be parked. In conclusion, this special permit allows us to run a quiet, highly regulated, and visually clean business that generates local tax revenue without putting a strain on city infrastructure. Thank you for your time and consideration. We are happy to answer any questions the board may have.
City staff.
Through the chair, this is Amy Beth Lath for the Planning Division. I'm just going to put it back on this slide that shows the layout, so we can talk through that. So this is an application for 610 Lincoln Street. They're applying for 2 different special permits. One is the special permit to allow the motor vehicle, trailer boat sales, and rentals in a BL1 zone, so the special permit to operate, and then a special permit to modify the parking and dimensional layouts and/or landscaping requirements, loading requirements, and/or the number of required parking spaces. So to speak to the use, this parcel was used as a restaurant until about 2017, I think. And then at some point in time after that, there was an automobile sales use that was operating without a special permit from the zoning board, which then ceased operation. And that's when the current applicant then leased the parcel, understanding that the use previous to them was also a used car dealer, and they thought that it was approved and found out it was not, and here we are. So in working with the applicant, the one thing they didn't, I don't think he said, that they're going to have 2 employees. They gave their hours of operation. They are not proposing any changes to what currently exists on site in terms of what the pavement is, what the curb cuts are. So we're going to work with them to kind of come to an agreement on where we can be in compliance with what zoning regulates. So with that being said, the special permit to modify the parking and dimensional layouts and landscaping, et cetera, they need relief from the landscape buffers because the pavement goes all the way to the edge of the property, where a 5-foot setback is required by zoning. And then they need relief from the driveway design standards because the driveway should have a minimum width of 12 feet for one-way driveways or 20 feet for two-way driveways. And the curb cut on the western side of the property is 36.8 feet, where it's a 30-foot maximum, and the applicant is not proposing any changes. So where we have been working with the applicant in terms of how they can design the property to be more in line with zoning is they have agreed to, and you'll see this in the conditions of approval, to close the easternmost entry to the property. And then also, because the curbing goes right from the property through the sidewalk, to create a barrier, a physical barrier, and also a painted barrier on the ground to show that folks can't park in front of, where's my cursor? In front of the painted, where's my cursor? There it is. In front of the painted parking spaces. So from this parking space to where the sidewalk lives, they would kind of hash out where nobody could park there. And then also on this side. So our one question, we had talked through putting up some kind of physical barrier in front of this curb cut so that nobody could enter or exit, and then this curb cut, without changing, would become the two-way traffic entrance to the property. Because the parking spaces are on this side of the property, because their office is located on this side of the property, and then the rest of the property is really their display area. So our one question outstanding to the applicant, and I don't know that they've had time to digest or even kind of contemplate, but if they've had any thought to how they would indicate that that curb cut would be blocked off, if that could be a point of conversation, just want to bring that up for the board. In this neighborhood, just so everybody's aware, it's located right on Lincoln Street. This is a very commercial area. The nearest bus stop is 130 feet away. It's in the managed growth area for the Worcester Now Next. I think that's it, and I can answer any questions if anybody has any additional.
Okay. So the city asked if you have any plans on how to sort of indicate to people that it's closed off from the curb cut, which is obviously just open, which is like means you could drive up. I don't know if you all have thought of anything to put there. Yeah, go ahead.
We have thought of putting large plants or like putting like something to like close it off so nobody could go in and out. And that's maybe plants, like large plant, I don't know.
Yep, that's what I was thinking, like some big containers that just with some plants on them so people see it. That's what I was thinking for this. I think that'd be fine, at least from my perspective. I'll let the other city staff, board members weigh in, but that sounds right to me. Is anybody here for 610 Lincoln Street? Yes, please come forward. Just state your name and city of town residence. If you could just move over and make space for person, just put questions to me.
Hey, good evening. Good evening, Nathan Hicks, property owner, 608 Lincoln Street. So looking at this, right, I got a few issues with the plan as it's laid out, right? Right there in the center, backhand side next to, I think it's parking space number 12, that's a 3-tier staircase. That's part of an easement to 608 Lincoln Street. That provides direct emergency access to our property. Blocking off any entryway into that area, I think is going to cause a distress to my family in the event of a medical emergency of anything like that. So I'm not for blocking off any of the parking lots, like the entries in and out of there. The right-hand side, well, both of them, they're both pretty narrow, right? So making it a one-way or a two-way out of one little area, it's kind of hard to fit cars down there as it is, right? When they were illegally running a car dealership for the last year, I had several issues with them blocking everything. I understand this new team is here to do the right thing, but there's a little bit of an issue with that, right? Also, on the right-hand side of this screen right there, if you see where they're planning to put parking spaces, that's a mechanic shop right there. There are metal pipings over there, right, that have something to do with the workings of that location. Probably not a good idea to put car space there as well. If you scroll in there on the right, there's a whole bunch of pipes, a little bit more over right there. So that's some stuff that's right there, right? Not a good idea to put parking spots in front of that for whatever that is there. What I would request is, because 608 Lincoln Street is in a BL1 zone, but it is grandfathered as a RS7 zone, I would request, right, that easement be afforded the same protections as a residential property. All right? And I also request that emergency services have the ability to have uninhibited access to that staircase in the event of an emergency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. You need to make sure it's green, and then you state your name and city of town of residence.
My name is Silvana Gergi from Worcester, Mass. About the first concern that our respected neighbor have, we say to provide planters on the where now is the entrance, but if he's not comfortable with this, we can do chain, so we can open and close when we need it. If this is something that you might suggest to. Also, about the pipes and everything that are close to the mechanic shop, the first parking lot is not projected to be on the pipes. It starts after that space and that area over there. So this was the second concern. And then about I understand that he previously had a dealership over there operating for about 2 years without having a special permit, and I don't know how he did things he did. And I totally understand him, and I agree with him that he needs to have access to his stairs for emergency vehicles like firefighting or something. I'm pretty sure if we see to the photos too that the area is much bigger than like from the number 12 parking spots. There is plenty of space for having access to emergency vehicles. So,
Okay.
like, what I have in mind, and I think that the whole team agree, is that we do not want to cause any disturbance or anything that might cause him nothing wrong. So we are very willing to collaborate to find the best ways how to do things right this time.
And my understanding is that the city is requesting to close the curb cut, and the curb cut fee might, it is certainly, when you're on Lincoln Street, has the appearance of being small, but in terms of the city standards, it's actually much larger than the city standards. And so the city is requesting that the applicant close it. The applicant didn't ask to close it. We're requesting to close it to be in line with our rules. So we set rules on how big the curb cut is, and that curb cut is, I think, twice as big as is allowed in most places. So that's where it's coming from. Just to be clear, it's not the applicant, it's actually the city that does that. The second thing I think is a good thing I would love for the city to weigh in on in terms of ensuring.
Water?
In terms of.
Water? Yeah, correct.
Okay, in terms of making sure there's enough space, because that's also, I think, we have the same concern. So, I don't know if I just don't know what the regulations are from the city on how much space is needed there, but certainly, it appeared like that got at least into consideration, and so I'd love some clarification from the city staff on that.
Through the chair, if I'm understanding, your question was about the utility infrastructure along the side of the building that's not shown on the plan. You could certainly request that the applicant shift the parking stalls. You can see, so our drive aisle width, our typical width that we require is 24 feet. You can see this parking lot provides 56.7 feet instead of 24 feet. Obviously, these are display cars that are parked in one place, so they're controlled by the applicant, who controls access to the property, so they could likely schedule times for showings in a way that would allow them to maneuver them out. But you could, to address that, I think you could specifically just request that they shift all of those parking stalls to the west or southwest by a certain specified distance and stripe an area along that extent to prevent them from conflicting. We don't have regulations that require that. All I can say is they're not shown on the survey. So in terms of the comments that were provided, they're not shown on the plan, so they were not included in the comments.
The stairway is there, right, but not in terms of like our access?
You're referring, so I was referring to the utilities. Your question is about the stairs?
Oh, my question is about the stairs. Yeah, from my perspective, whether or not someone parks in front of something that might damage their cars is not our problem, it's the applicant's problem, like if they want to damage the cars they're trying to sell. I'm thinking about making sure that the residents at 608 have safe access for which they're clearly grandfathered in. You can see on the map, on the plans, there's sort of the stairwell there, and it's a weird feature. I was wondering what that was when I was out there. I was like, what is this? So that answers that question.
So we're trying to reconstruct a history of recollection on this. At some point in time, my recollection is that these properties were held in common ownership. They were divided at that time, as you see on this plan and as was on the plan where it was endorsed by the planning board, although ultimately couldn't be not endorsed on the basis of this. That deck area was shown is technically, it was created as an encroachment. And it was shown as to be removed, and it was never removed. My colleague and I were trying to review and see what exactly was supposed to happen there. So I think you're opening up a bit of a can of worms that relates to other potential zoning violations of both properties. So I would say, I think that ultimately that's really a separate matter. If you feel like you'd like to resolve that, I'd recommend you continue this so we can get you an answer. There is an easement. Interestingly, the surveyor did not show it on the plan. But I did just quickly look at the registry. It does look like there is an easement in effect. It's unusual for that not to be shown on a plan that's sealed by a surveyor. So I don't know what the issue might be there. So there's something unusual happening, but this easement seems to, I'm quickly looking through it here, it seems to refer specifically to the stairs. And then the deck area, which again is not necessarily the specific question that you asked. But again, we're looking at this. At the end of the day, that's ultimately a private matter between the parties it benefits. You know, the city doesn't get involved in enforcing others' easement rights typically. As it relates to, does that create some zoning violation? It probably does. Was that resolved? I don't recall it coming before this board. I don't know if there are other orders that have been issued relative to it. I would have to dig back. I do recall council reaching out for one of the property owners at one point in time, but again, our office doesn't typically enforce those, so likely we had referred it to inspectional services, and like we were saying, we were just recalling and trying to put together the history of where that stood. And so that's my quick recollection, which may not be comprehensive or entirely accurate, but since you asked, that is, I think, as much as I can explain about the stairs at this point.
The stairs may or may not be related to some form of safety, but they are for sure involved in an easement. And to the extent that the city that we as a board are allowed to be concerned about them, it's just in terms of whether or not they're, like, this application is in compliance with that easement, and that's it. Is that sort of the summation?
Potentially, but the plan does not show any easement.
Right.
So I get, my point is, if you're concerned about it, I don't think you have the information you need. If you're, generally, it's a private easement, so if
It's
what's
a private easement, it's
proposed-
not a city to do it for like safety.
Correct, yeah, I can
Okay,
I can
so
see it
that's
refers
not-
to a
yeah.
plan. I haven't pulled the
I got
plan
it,
up,
I
because
got
I'm
it.
looking at
Okay.
the easement document.
Thank you, that's helpful. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a comment if I could.
Yes, please, yeah.
So this property has another means of egress off of Lincoln Street that's been boarded off for a long time. I know there's been some problems we've had with ISD in terms of getting this squared away previously. And we're going to review the situation again and get back to the owner that's in the audience with that property with regard to the current stairway that's blocked. I think we need to revisit that again and revisit what we had was to be removed a number of years ago, and it still remains. So we've got some work to do with that.
Okay. Sorry, if you'd like to talk, no problem, but just please come forward for the record. Thank you very much.
Yes, again, so I've been going back and forth with the city since I purchased this house, 4 years ago, right? All about the interjoinings of the two, right? At one point, my tax bill was for 610 Lincoln Street, when in actuality, it should have been 608 Lincoln Street, right? Big difference. Utility issues, all that stuff, right? Those are things that are being worked out. However, right, as recorded, those easements were legal at the time of the purchase and sale of that house. That's the strict reason why we purchased that house with the easements. I do understand you're talking about other means of egress, right? Possibly, right? There'll have to be some configurations, but we're not here to talk about 608 Lincoln Street. We're here to talk about 610 Lincoln Street. I will tell you that I talked with these guys earlier this afternoon, right? And what my really big concern was having access to the stairway, right, for allowing like our packages to come and emergency services to be able to have access, right? One of the things that we talked about, which was for the safety of his vehicles, was about putting up a gate across the whole front part of Lincoln Street. Not sure if that's allowed or even advisable, but that would solidify some bigger concerns. We discussed having access or whatnot. Maybe that goes a little bit further with the fire department having access into those things, la-di-da, right? But there is definitely some issues. I've been going back and forth with the city, and the city tells me that it's a civil matter. It is not in the hands of the city, right? I understand that the property owner that's in the audience, right, has been going back and forth and was trying to take legal action against the people that sold it, right? I got a feeling they lost that aspect because the staircase is still there, right? I can go further to say that the property owner, right, has had his contractor come to that staircase and start taking pieces off from the staircase, right? When you start taking pieces off the staircase, it violates the safety of that staircase, right? When that happens, me, right, who holds the easement, is not liable for the damages or repairs and upkeep of that, right? So there are a lot of things that go back and forth. I do think that the city needs to step in, right, and go and uphold what was there, right? And again, that area, just the other thing that I want to go and note is that where that decking is laid out right there, all right, that is like my property at 608 Lincoln Street is about 15 feet off the street. It's that high. So you've been out there, you've seen the rock wall, right? And that rock wall abuts that building that's at 610 Lincoln Street. That rock wall, right, also abuts all the way down to on the back left-hand corner of 610. That rock wall, that's about 40 feet up right there, going back to the other side, that goes all the way up to the back of the building, right? Yeah. If you go see where it starts getting gray up there, right, where you can see right there in the middle, there's some light, that's the height of that rock wall. That rock wall goes all the way over, all right? So there's nothing that they can build or do anything. What ultimately happens is that the trees that you guys love get to stay there with that decking that is in that easement, right? So there's a lot of different stuff there. Again, I am not opposed to the car dealership as long as safety considerations are made, all right?
Thank you. That's very clear. Okay. So going to board comment on this. As best as I can, so there seems to be a problem with, so I guess from my perspective, and I'll open it up to the city, I don't think the city would like to have a chain link fence on Lincoln Street. I don't think we want that. We want to have some sort of decorative closing of the sort of very wide sort of entrances and exits. And so I think what you're proposing to do that makes a lot of sense, and that is that seems to be like in line with what the city would like. In terms of the access to the stairwell, that it appears to be a private matter, which is outside of our purview. I think if somebody is, in terms of disputes with neighbors, in terms of like taking property, stuff like this, I actually had this in my property, and it stinks. I was gonna say something else, and I was like, what's the PG version of that? It stinks. And so you should definitely talk to the city and figure out the best course of thing to have your easement properly protected, as is your right. And so I think it seems like the applicant, who in this case is the business trying to move in, they're willing to work with you in terms of trying to figure out to make sure the stairwell is accessible, which is the only piece that we can sort of somewhat have some thinking over. So I think from that perspective, This plan seems to be headed in that direction, and I think you should talk to Inspectional Services about ensuring that your easement stays in accordance with the law. So that's my perspective on this. I know a little bit about this. I had a bad run-in with actually the people who owned this before, so I'm happy to have somebody trying to legally work through the system to make this work. And I don't want to make light of the frustration of having you buy something, you go through the proper, you do all the right things, and the city and other people are messing it around. So please do continue to work with the city on that piece. So, okay, so from my perspective, I think I'm a yes on this. I think some of the things that they're trying to do to make it work makes sense. I think continue to work with the city to move those things, to move in compliance with their request. And I actually don't see any waivers. There are?
Through the chair, the waiver, there are 4 waivers
four
on
waivers.
page 3 of 4.
Do you request the waivers?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Board Member Abramoff.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with this.
Okay. Board Member Maremi?
No problem, no comments.
Board Member Torcono?
I'll let it pass.
Okay. Board Member Barthagen?
Through the chair, I have no problem with this. I just want to reiterate that if there is a safety issue with that easement, that's something that's between, you're going to have to deal, the two of you together, and cooperate. And I am encouraged by what I'm hearing about the neighbors trying to work together with this, because that's always turns out better than the opposite. But that's not something that this board can dictate. You have an easement that you have to protect, and if you set this up the way you've proposed it, and it somehow isn't fulfilling your requirement to make sure that your neighbor has emergency and other access to that easement, then he has a right to complain to you, and if worst case scenario, sue you, and saying you're not complying with what the easement is requiring of you, but that's between him and you. So for us, I'm happy with the way it is.
Okay. Is Board Member Sacco back with us? Nope. Okay. In that case, I will take a motion to close.
I'd like to make a motion to close on 610 Lincoln Street.
Is there a second? On the motion to close, Board Member Abramoff?
Yes.
Board Member Maremi?
Yes.
Board Member Torcono?
My vote is yes.
Board Member Barthagen?
Yes.
And my vote's yes. Is there a motion on 610 Lincoln Street?
I'd like to make a motion on 610 Lincoln Street for approval of a special permit to allow motor vehicle, trailer, boat sales, rental use in a BL1 zone, and approval of a special permit to modify the parking, dimensional layout, and/or landscaping requirements, loading requirements, and/or the number of required parking spaces, subject to the conditions of approval set out on page 3 of 4 of the staff memo and the waivers as requested by the applicant.
Is there a second?
Second.
On the motion, Board Member Abramoff?
Yes.
Board Member Maremi?
Yes.
Board Member Torcono?
Yes.
Board Member Barthagen?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Okay, thank you. Please do get the information for the city, so if you have any trouble, you can contact them directly, so you don't have to go through other people. Michelle is fantastic. They will work with you on it. You all have some work to do. Just talk to Amy Beth about any of those questions, but congratulations, you have what you need to move forward.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up is 3 Man Street. Larry is going to go to the other side of the, yeah, which actually complicates this. Is Board Member Sacco back?
What's that?
Okay, so we need to, yep, I'm going to let him know. So, well, I'll explain it out loud. Okay, we currently only have a 4-member board. So,
Yeah.
we can postpone if you want, or you can move forward. Obviously, if you feel like you want to continue it so we're going, you can also do that, but I do want to give you full like clarity on that.
Can I just check with?
Yes, we just found this out ourselves.
Just
so
take a second.
Just take a second, yes. He owns property next to it. He's in a butter. And in this case, he's allowed to be interested, so he can actually comment on it as an interested party. Ugh. Yeah. She's on it. I don't think he can do that. He needs to be able to see it. Yeah, we're for sure 4 people board. Okay, yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we'll go ahead tonight.
Okay. Yeah, and as I said, the Mullins rule can be in effect if something comes up where you want us to move forward. So just to clarify, if at some point it feels like you would like a 5-member board, you can ask for a continuance, and that would give the opportunity for Board Member Sacco or Board Member Cortez to, in a future meeting, if they would like, to fill out the Mullins rule, which allows board members who aren't present to review the video and assign an affidavit accordingly.
Yes. Well, that makes
so we'll go cautiously
comforting.
Forward.
And if hopefully we won't need to go there, but if we do, then that would be it's a good resolution for the applicant.
Okay, great.
So for the record, my name is Donald O'Neill. I'm a lawyer here in Worcester, and here this evening on behalf of Daniel Ramika, who's the owner of the property, and also tonight with me as well as Olivia Caton, who is an engineer from Graves Engineering, and she would be speaking to any issues that you might have related to the engineering or the way that the lots are laid out. We are seeking relief for this location. The lot has 18,993 square feet of land area, which is well in excess of the 5,000 square foot minimum that's required in the BL zone. It's also a split lot with the rear portion of the lot zone BG4. The other interesting thing about this property is that it is also within the flood zone, which is primarily located at the rear of the property. So the BG land is actually encumbered by the floodplain as well. So the area that we're proposing for the new 2-family dwelling is outside the flood area. However, because we're doing work within the flood zone, it will require a filing with the Conservation Commission for their approval. It's also going to require definitive frontage subdivision approval from the Planning Board, which we've already filed for. In any event, in this case, we've got a existing 4-unit building. Which occupies the really only a portion of the land that's available currently for development. There are 2 curb cuts, one on the left and one on the right. And what we're proposing to do basically is to utilize the curb cut on the right or lower portion, looking at the plan before you, to provide parking for the existing 4-unit building that's located on the property. We are providing required parking and have not requested nor need any relief for parking in this location, for this building or for the building proposed new building, 2-family building that's proposed for the northerly, I think it's north of, as shown on the plan. The relief is necessitated basically by the fact that it's in the BL zone, which requires 40 feet of frontage. We do have 140 feet of frontage available. We are seeking 20.2 feet of relief from the 80-foot minimum for the new building, with no additional relief required in terms of setback or dimensional relief of any nature, and we'll be utilizing the existing curb cut that's already there to provide access to this building. So there's really no change in terms of the access onto the street. It's just a division between the two, with the parking for the two-family proposed to be interior garage space. And we also did provide the driveway access with a turnaround capacity. It was suggested in the staff memo that we consider eliminating the turnaround to allow for cars backing out onto the street, which would allow for the adjustment of the property line, which could mitigate the side yard setback relief that's requested. We feel that the turnaround actually serves the purpose, and it's preferable to continue on with what we've proposed. And in this situation, it's a portion of the building is a little bit, it could be, 5 feet or so further away from the driveway. So I don't think it's the proximity to the property line is not one where you have, you're not looking out your window directly into the house next door, 5.5 feet off the property line. You're going to be looking at a driveway. So we would respectfully reject that recommendation and proceed with what's been presented. The hardship in this case, we believe, or the practical difficulty relates to the shape of the lot. And some of these, I've got to get used to the requirements that have now been required on this process since the change in the statute. And that the question for the chairman, do you want to go through the other three
let's
first?
Go through it real quick. Yeah, so so for the record, again, on 3 Man Street, how strict enforcement of the provisions of the City of Worcester zoning ordinance would result in practical difficulty. A strict enforcement of the provision of the zoning ordinance would result in a practical difficulty by limiting the number of units that can be placed on the property without regard to the lot area available to accommodate the units proposed, and or the owner's ability to provide safe access to and from the site from the proposed additional units, in so doing resulting in the underutilization of the parcel's residential development capacity. How the grant of relief from practical difficulties benefits the petitioner and public interest, including the support of public production of housing. The granting of the request relief sought will allow for the provision of additional housing on a developed site without the construction of new road frontage by utilizing existing infrastructure. How the grant of relief from the practical difficulty will not be detrimental to public health and safety and welfare of the neighborhood. The access to and from the site from the proposed additional housing has been reviewed by the city staff. It has been found to be satisfactory for safety access purposes, with no detriment to public good from the proposed use being presented by the project, which will enhance the appearance of the property and overall, in so doing, benefit the surrounding neighborhood, properties generally. And then for 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Okay. And I would say that the practical difficulty in this case relates to the irregular shape of the lot and the placement of the building thereon. And that a strict enforcement of the provisions of the zoning ordinance would impose a financial hardship on the applicant by denying the applicant the ability to effectively utilize the excess of available land on site for productive purposes. I am not, don't believe that there is an alternative where this could be achieved that would allow for the construction of an additional duplex or single-family semi-detached structure on this property. And I would say that the practical difficulty was not created by the applicant who purchased this property in 2023 with the existing configuration, and that the lot itself contains area well in excess of the minimum requirements. I would also, now that the screen is up, would point out to the board that this is kind of interesting to see something other than the standard two-family that you might see. I think it's a interesting looking building. I think that it would be a good addition to the neighborhood property, and it's kind of refreshing to see something other than the standard two-family plans that you frequently come before you. So I think we've got, and everything is self-contained within the building. The basement, there will be no basement, again, because of the floodplain, but also the parking is under the building in that location, and then there are 3 stories above, which provide for 2 3-unit apartments. And if you would also request the waivers, there are 2 waivers that are listed on page 3 of 6, and would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great. City staff.
Through the chair, this is Michelle Smith in the city's planning division. So again, an application in front of you this evening for 3 variances this time. The applicant seeking to divide this existing property into 2, and in doing so, they intend to construct a 2-family on the new lot that they would be creating. As part of that, they are seeking relief for the minimum frontage requirement for that use, which is 80 feet for that particular lot. It's 40 feet per unit, so that's where that's coming from. So they're seeking 20 feet of relief, which is about a quarter of the requirement. And then for the remnant existing lot or existing structure on the new lot that would be proposed, similarly seeking relief from the frontage requirement, 160 feet would be required on the property. With the configuration that the applicant is proposing, there's just under 80 feet that's provided, which is about half of what's necessary. And then finally, the applicant is seeking a variance from the side yard setback for, again, the proposed lot associated with the existing structure, which, if we kind of zoom in, really relates to the rearmost portion of the building where the proposed lot line comes into. You can kind of see that kind of zigzag there where it goes around that proposed, that existing structure to accommodate a required buffer to the parking area that's shown on lot 2. So in terms of the staff comments, it's correct. The staff had recommended that in that particular location, the applicant look at shifting the lot line just basically 5 feet. To accommodate that, the request for relief is 5.7 feet, so if they shift that lot line 5.7 feet to the west, that would make that compliant. And so we had just commented related to the feasibility of doing that. There's a 5 or so foot hammer and a 3 or so foot buffer that appears to be provided, so it looked like there was ample room to do that, not to necessarily eliminate that, but to reduce that hammer, to provide that flexibility, to provide both amenities, or even for them to explore like a cross easement to deal with that particular driveway encroachment, but could resolve the issue relative to that side lot line. There is, from a frontage perspective, no by right alternative. The applicant could install 1 accessory dwelling unit that could be in a detached structure, essentially with the same footprint of what is proposed, but just with 1 unit, and it would max out at 900 square feet for habitable space, or within the existing structure. So that would be the by right option, essentially 1 unit. And then with that, they could also consider other commercial non-residential uses, which would be allowed in the zoning district by right. in the BL1 zone, so something like a bank would be allowed by right, so they could have that in addition, so just very different, but doesn't mean that it still couldn't happen. So just contextually, there are other uses that could be layered on to the existing residential use in addition to something like an ADU. Otherwise, we made some comments here for the applicant just for awareness, specifically that they'll need a 24-foot drive aisle on the property to the south where the parking area is proposed to comply with zoning requirements. They did not seek that relief, so just a note to them that before they're able to proceed and as part of the Concom review process as well as the frontage subdivision process, we will be looking to see them address that and shift the parking 2 feet to the north to accommodate that, or they can request a special permit separately from this board to consider the same, but that was not part of the suite of relief that was requested ahead of tonight's meeting. So just a note for them about dealing with that separately. Those requirements are independent of the variance and still have to be met unless the applicant comes back to this board at a future time. So making note, otherwise FYI about the future address that we're assigning. In terms of this area, it's a managed growth area in the long-range plan, so walk shed to transit, again located along Chandler Street with the nearest bus stop just about 250 feet away. The corridor is a mixed-use corridor with a variety of different uses, retail, food service, multifamily, automotive, all in the immediate vicinity, and the property abuts the youth center and the park. Again, noted by the applicant's counsel that they need a frontage subdivision plan and a notice of intent with the Conservation Commission. So those are other approvals that will be needed. I'm happy to answer questions that the board might have. Thank you.
Is anybody here for 3 Man Street? Anybody online? Okay. So just reminding everybody for the board, the 2 things is that we need to consider this up or down, and that there are 4 people currently voting. So if you are planning to not vote for this, please indicate that sooner rather than later so that the applicant can take that into consideration. So if you're thinking, I'm not sure about this, if you have other questions, let me know so that we can address the best course forward. Okay. With that being said, while we can consider what is before us, and we might have, no matter what, there would have to be before us for a variance in terms of the frontage needs, in terms of the side yard setback. Maybe you could move it, but at the end of the day, you'd still need to be here for frontage. So I'm feeling like no matter what, it would have to move forward. It would have to come before us, and I'm happy to move forward this. I think that's a good use of land, and as per the new ordinance, I think the desire for more housing and the fact that there's enough lot area to put it outweighs the other concerns, and so I am happy to vote for it. Board Member Moremi.
I have no further comments, but I do like this project a lot and how cohesive the 2 buildings are with each other and how they're connected, so I would go for yes for this.
Okay. Board Member Torcono.
Yes.
Okay, you'll vote yes?
I guess so.
Okay, thanks. Board Member Barthagen?
Through the chair, I don't think I have any problems with this. When I drove by the site on the weekend, there were a lot of cars parked where your new building is going to go. I'm assuming now with this solution, are those the occupants of the current building?
Yes.
And they'll be moved to the other side?
They'll be moved to the other side,
Okay.
and that'll be extended, much further back than currently the parking. There's a little bit of area for parking over there, but that'll be basically the new parking area for the existing building.
Okay. No, I don't have any problem with this, thanks.
Okay. I like the new design. Looks good. It's nice to see something that's interesting.
Agreed, yeah.
Can I get a second to make
Not yet.
Sorry.
It's okay.
You
Yes. Sorry, I did indicate it. I thought you had a question. I apologize.
That's okay.
We'll get you in a second. Is there a motion to close?
I'd like to make a motion to close on 3 Man Street.
Is there a second?
Yes.
On the motion to close, Board Member Maremi.
Yes.
Board Member Turcono.
Yes.
Board Member Barthagen.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Is there a motion on 3 Man Street?
I'd like to make a motion on 3 Man Street for Lot 1 for approval of variance for relief of 79.8 feet from the 160-foot minimum frontage requirement for a residential use in the BL1 zone. For Lot 1, a variance for relief of 5.7 feet from the 10-foot minimum side yard setback requirement for a residential use in a BL1 zone. And for Lot 2, variance for relief of 20.2 feet from the 80-foot minimum frontage requirement for residential use in a BL1 zone with the waivers as requested by the applicant.
Is there a second?
Yes.
On the motion, Board Member Abramov.
Yep.
Sorry. Board Member Maremi.
My vote is yes.
Board Member Turcono.
Yes.
Board Member Barthagen.
Yes.
My vote's yes. Thank you very much. Sorry. All right.
Thank you.
Next up is 2337 Boylston Street.
All right, we almost done?
We're not close. We're not almost done. We're not even, yeah. 9, yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Matt Eckel. I'm an attorney with Fletcher Tilton. On behalf of the applicant, with me is Mr. Michael Armani. Despite a lot of words on the agenda related to our project, it is very straightforward, and I will do my best to keep it brief, to keep this moving along. But what we're seeking to do is to divide the existing 42,000 square foot lot into 8 new lots, which will allow the existing structures to become 8 semi-attached single-family homes on their own separate and distinct lots. So you can see here, this is, I think, the only visual we have to share. You can see the darker lines kind of bifurcating each of the 4 structures, signifies from page top to bottom the 8 different lots. As mentioned, the total lot size is 42,000 square feet. This is currently viewed as one contiguous lot with the 4 structures on it, all containing 2 units each. So currently there are 8 rental units. They are all vacant at this time. None of them are occupied. This is in a BL1 zoning district with a little sliver in the rear in an RS7. However, that's really not affected by anything we're proposing. As mentioned, there's 4 2.5-story structures, each of which has the 2 residential units. Each structure, so we'll call it 4 structures, 4 curb cuts, provides access to approximately 4 parking spaces. So we will maintain 2 parking spaces per each of the new units or single-family homes as proposed. The area itself across Boylston Street, and actually on our side as well, is mostly commercial, but it is historically single-family residential uses to the rear, where that zoning district transfers into the RS7. So the single-family use is common in this neighborhood. We're not proposing any changes to the structures. We're really not proposing any changes to the access or the driveways. Again, as you can see, the proposed property lines essentially, do bifurcate the buildings and essentially bifurcate the access and the curb cuts. So there will be cross easements to get off the street, and then each single-family home will have their 2 parking spaces on their own lot. In terms of relief requested, again, it takes up a whole page of the agenda, but it's because it's 8 individual frontage variances we're requesting, 1 for each lot. You're required to have 40 feet. In total right now, we have 300 feet of frontage, so just dividing that, we are proposing 37.5 feet per each lot, as opposed to the 40 that's required, so we're deficient 2.5 feet. And then the 2 properties or proposed properties at the top of the page, which are 35 and 37 Boylston Street, are both slightly short of the 5,000 square feet that's required. They're both in the range of 4,600 square feet. This is really, as you can see, if you kind of move away from the street to the back of the property, how the property line angles kind of towards the street. So even though all the other 6 lots have over 5,000 square feet and comply with lot size. Because of the angle of the lot there in the rear, those two lots are slightly deficient, again, about 400 square feet or so short of the 5,000 that's required. This project's being undertaken really to create desirable single-family homes on new lots, which will promote home ownership opportunities. As mentioned, it does not propose any new structures or really any functional change other than it'd be individual lots as opposed to one contiguous, and would provide home ownership opportunities as opposed to rental units. We did see staff's memo and scrambled along with the rest of everyone here tonight, and we have some potential findings, which I'm happy to go through at the appropriate time, but other than that, we don't have any concerns or questions from the memo. So I'll pause now and either take any questions, or we can go through the findings if the board desires.
Okay, city staff.
Through the chair, Michelle Smith, again in the Planning Division. So as the applicant stated, they're in front of you for 8 requests for frontage variances and 2 requests for lot area variances here in a BL1 zoning district. Part of the properties, a few of the lots that they are proposing are split zoned, with the rear portion being the part that's in an RS7 zone. The whole property itself is located in our Water Resource Protection Overlay District. So they are looking to go from having multiple 2 families on one lot to having each be its own side of a duplex on its own lot. So we're going from 4 to 8 lots, 4 structures on one lot to 8 lots with half a structure on each. The frontage requirement is the same for each of the lots, so specifically that's 2.5 feet of relief from the 40-foot requirement, which is about 6.25%. That's what's requested for each of the lots, Lot 1A and B, 2A and B, 3A and B, as well as 4A and B for Lot 4, which is the furthest to the planned north, that specifically those 2 lots for 4A and 4B both have requests for lot area. So for 4A, that's a request for 422 square feet of relief from the 5,000 square foot minimum lot area requirement. And for lot 4B, that request is for 452 square feet, about 9% of the 5,000 square foot requirement. By right development alternatives would include maintaining the structures as they exist today, or alternatively, for reduction and relief, they could look at reconfiguring the lot area for lots 4A and B to try to jog the lot lines in a way to get additional lot area. The applicants indicated, it's not feasible to do that without potentially creating other zoning violations, I believe, in their response to staff comments. We have made some notes here about other conditions to expect related to the subsequent processes that are necessary, which include a frontage subdivision process with the planning board, were this board to approve the relief. We did make note that this is in a managed growth area in Now Next due to the Boylston Street corridor here, specifically within about 250 feet of a bus stop, and the area to the north is mostly single-family dwellings, but the corridor itself has a variety of different uses, and this particular area kind of across the street includes actually some more commercial and manufacturing, relic manufacturing uses, while this section of the street generally trends to be residential with some more mixed-use components, including the neighboring property to the south. Happy to answer questions. We identified no waivers, but again, variance here, so would recommend that you go through the updated findings. The applicant did provide those, and those are incorporated in this particular memo, so you have those within the staff memo that have been included, so you don't have that as a separate sheet. So just calling that is embedded. It's on pages 3 and 4 of the staff comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, yep. Is anybody here for 23 or 37 Boylston Street? Through 23 through 37 Boylston Street? Anybody online? Okay, let's handle, I have a couple of thoughts. The first is that this is pretty straightforward. This is things that have already been built, and they're just trying to divide it so they can sell it. Easy peasy, happy to do that. For the board, we have been given answers to the new finding of facts based on the variances, since these are all variances. This is very long and detailed. I did have a chance to read it. If the board feels like they have not had enough time to consider it, I think we can ask the applicant to read it into the record, but considering how this is straightforward and that we have had time to look at it since then. I feel comfortable moving forward without reading it into the record since it is given to us and we've had time. If you feel otherwise, please state so. Okay, so I'm happy to vote yes. I think it's straightforward, but if you feel like you want the statement of facts based on the new zoning requirements for variance, please let me know. Board Member Abramov.
I agree, and I've had a chance to peruse the new findings of facts, and I'm okay not reading it out loud.
Board Member Moremi.
Same with me. No further comments, and I'll be okay to approve.
Board Member Torcono.
I'm good.
Board Member Barthagen.
Through the chair, I've also had a chance to read the new standards, and I'm happy to move forward with this as is.
Okay, in that case, I'll take a motion to close.
I'd like to make a motion to close on 23 through 37 Boylston Street.
Second.
On the motion to close, Board Member Abramov.
Yes.
Board Member Moremi.
Yes.
Board Member Torcono.
Yes.
Board Member Barthagen.
Yes.
My vote's yes. Is there a motion on, is there a lot of motions?
I think I can do this. I'd like to make a motion on 23 through 37 Boylston Street for approval of a variance for 23, 25, 27, 29, 31, 33, 35, and 37. All have the same variance, which was for relief of 2.5 feet from the 40-foot minimum frontage requirement for a single-family semi-detached dwelling use in a BL1 zone. And in addition, for 35 Boylston Street specifically, a variance for relief of 422 square feet from the 5,000 square foot minimum lot area requirement for a single-family semi-detached dwelling use in a BL1 zone. And for 37 Boylston Street specifically, another variance for relief of 452 square feet from the 5,000 square foot minimum lot area requirement for a single-family semi-detached dwelling use in a BL1 zone, and there are no waivers.
Is there a second?
Second.
On the motion, Board Member Abramov.
Yes.
Board Member Moremi.
Yes.
Board Member Torcono.
Yes.
Board Member Barthagen.
Yes.
My vote's yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up is 15 Westboro Street.
So through the chair, I do not see the applicant here for this item.
Okay. Let's
Defer to Michelle Smith on protocol, but I think we can.
Street.
We will skip it and give the people a chance.
Oh, I don't know why, no.
We'll give people a chance to make their way here. And if not, we'll just continue it. Unless we should just continue it because it's late.
Through the chair, so it's a request for an extension of time, so if you don't act on it, the approval will lapse.
Okay, well,
Staff-
the city, they don't have to be here to do a statement of fact. We
Yes,
can- the city-
well, given it's just an extension, you're not even voting on the findings, you're just deciding whether or not you give them 6 months. So I think I think the applicant would prefer for you to take it up than have their approval lapse.
City staff.
All right, perfect. So this is an extension of time for 15 Westboro Street. This is an existing, presently on premise is a pre-existing non-conforming two-family dwelling with a detached garage. It looks like this. And the applicant had sought relief to divide the property into 2 lots and construct a single-family dwelling with an accessory dwelling unit and associated parking on the newly created lot, like this. The original relief was granted on June 2nd, 2025, and certified with the clerk's office on June 24th of 2025. So the extension of time, I apologize. The relief was for the existing lot was a variance for relief of 16 feet from the 20-foot minimum side yard setback requirements for a two-family dwelling in an RS7, a variance for relief of 2 parking spaces from the minimum 4-space parking requirements for a two-family dwelling, and a special permit to modify the parking and dimensional layout and/or landscaping loading requirements and/or number of required parking spaces, which was for the parking setback. which was for the buffer between the existing parcel and the neighbor's parcel to Plan North. And then there was one variance for the proposed lot for relief of 679 square feet from the minimum 7,000 square foot lot area. This parcel was also never officially divided through the planning board. So once they get this extension of time, their next step would be to officially divide the parcel also through the A&R process. So for the new expiration dates, one more thing I forgot, is that the special permit could have been administratively extended through inspectional services, and I don't believe that that was requested. So we will make sure that the applicant is aware that moving forward, should they choose to extend further if needed, they should be seeking that approval first through inspectional services before asking for the extension of time through the zoning board. So now, new expiration dates for the special permit would be a year, which would be June 24th, 2027, and for the variance would be 6 months, which would be December 24th, 2026.
Is anybody here for 15 Westboro Street? Guess that was the problem. Anybody online? Okay, I'm happy to move it forward. Is anybody else? Board Member Bromoff?
I agree.
Board Member Remy?
Yes.
Board Member Bart Hagan?
Agree.
Board Member Torcono?
Agree.
Great, I'll take a motion to close.
I'd like to make a motion to close on 15 Westboro Street.
Second.
On the motion to close, Board Member Bromoff?
Yes.
Board Member Remy?
Yes.
Board Member Torcono?
Yes.
Board Member Bart Hagan?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion on 15 Westboro Street for an extension of time such that the new expiration date on all special permit, from the special permit, will be extended to June 24th, 2027. That's 1 year. And for the variances, as earlier requested, for 6 months with the new expiration date of December 24th, 2026.
Second.
On the motion, Board Member Bromoff?
Yes.
Board Member Remy?
Yes.
Board Member Torcono?
Yes.
My Board Member Bart Hagan?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Thank you very much. Next up is number 11, 104 Eastern Avenue. If the applicant please come forward, state your name and city of town of residence.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, Mark Borenstein. I'm an attorney at the law firm of Prince LaBelle here in Worcester, representing the applicant, Excellent Investments Corp. We have a simple application before you this evening, which is a special permit to modify certain parking requirements associated with parking within the front boundary and to exceed the maximum impervious surface in the front yard associated with the proposed three-family at 104 Eastern Ave. We do have some modifications to staff's recommended conditions of approval, which I'm sure staff will review. Through those modifications, we would also include a request to add to the suite of relief to provide for relief for the landscaping requirements. We would respectfully request the waiver as recommended by staff. Thanks.
City staff.
Through the chair, Michelle Smith again in the city's planning division. So the applicant's in front of you for a request for a special permit to modify parking, loading, layout requirements as well as landscaping requirements. This is an RG5 zoning district. They are looking to construct a three-family dwelling with 6 spaces on what is presently a partially paved lot. They are, we do have conditions of approval that are outlined on page 4, which I have some suggested modifications to. In terms of the specifics of the special permit, the request is to allow 2 parking spaces within the first 25 feet. So we basically don't allow parking within the first 25 feet in residential areas. They're looking to have 2 parking spaces extend into that area, so they're seeking your relief from that requirement. They're also looking to exceed the 50% maximum impervious threshold for an RG5 zone. They're proposing what is about 62.2% impervious. And then finally, the applicant has verbally requested an addition to include the southern side lot line and the requirements specifically to strictly comply with the landscape requirements for that location, including trees along that setback. They have the 5-foot buffer, but there is not required landscaping located in that area. So they're asking for that in addition. I just called attention because that is not included in the comments that staff provided. Given the location, there are a variety of multifamily uses, 2-family uses, single-family uses within that vicinity. This is also within a managed growth area and within walk shed to transit, about just under a quarter-mile walk The project does need site plan review from the planning board, given the slope and the steepness of the property. And we do have conditions of approval, like I said, that are recommended on page 4. We are asking for the applicant to comply with the landscape requirements related to shrubs. So we've talked a bit and would like to make adjustments to condition A to say provide shrubs along the southern and northern side of the proposed parking facility. I'll let the applicant comment on their rationale for that. The requirement would be otherwise strictly to have trees every 25 feet on center, which equates to 3 additional trees on the southern lot line. So they'd be looking to deviate from that requirement. And we have also requested some, 1 additional shade tree, basically to help screen the 2 additional parking spaces that are being proposed in the front yard. So another tree to help screen that from the street. That aligns with our subdivision regulations in terms of the size. I know the applicant's preference would be to not do that, and I'll let them speak to that, but staff would recommend that you keep that, given that there are already 3 other trees that would be required and are not being provided on the lot. And then otherwise, we're asking them to adjust some of the materials for their walkway to be different from the surfacing and material of the driveway, and reconcile some of the other pieces in the plan. They're proposing to remove the chain link fence, and otherwise those are standard conditions. There are 2 waivers that we identified on the plans that would need to be granted. Happy to answer questions. Thanks.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, just to elaborate on Ms. Smith's comments, with respect to 1A, we are amenable to her requested, suggested change, which would provide shrubs along the southern side of the proposed parking facility and provide shrubs on the northern side of the parking facility. We'd strike the remaining portion of that because we're not providing trees on the southerly portion anymore. Specifically, the concern is there's limited width in between the property line and the existing residential building at 100 Eastern Ave. So there's concerns about putting trees adjacent to that building. In addition, there's a proposed retaining wall, so we don't want roots built growing into the retaining wall that could cause an issue in the future. So that's the proposed modification of 1A. With respect to 1B, we would prefer not to include an additional shade tree where recommended by staff, simply because there is a limited amount of space for snow storage on site. It's a 6-car parking facility. And so we do require that area for snow storage. So what we are suggesting in the alternative is reflect 1 additional shade tree along the southerly boundary of the proposed parking facility. So you'll see that there's a 1 tree in the southeasterly corner of the site. We'd propose a tree just next door to that tree right there, in lieu of the 1 recommended by staff in the middle of our snow storage facility. And happy to answer any questions the board may have. Thank you.
Is anybody here for 104 Eastern Avenue? Okay, is anybody online? All right. I'm actually really excited about this. I think this is a good place for some housing, so I don't want to lose the forest through the trees, so to speak, and say that I think this is a good project. It's a really good place for it. And so I'm excited that there's going to be housing here. And that being said, for that reason, I'm amenable to the applicant's requests for changes on 1A and to make sure we get the tree, and so to make the change on the location for 1B. But I'm open to the board pushing back and your thoughts about that. But as overall, I think this is a great project. I'm happy to help move forward. Board Member Abramov.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with this. Just to be clear, 1A is to change to provide shrubs along the southern and northerly side of the proposed parking area. And 1B is reflect 1 additional shade tree along the southerly boundary. Is that correct?
Correct.
I have no problem with this.
Okay. Board Member Moremi?
No further comments.
Board Member Torcono?
I have no comment.
Board Member Barnhagen?
Through the chair, I just want to acknowledge that there has been a neighbor comment that is in the, and I appreciate the concern. The thing I like about this is the parking is provided for. So while, there will be an increase in some density because it's not being used now for anything, and I do acknowledge that the Bell Hill area, some of those streets are extremely narrow. I had to wait for a garbage truck to go by when I was looking at it, but I don't think, unless we're going to let this lay fallow, this is the kind of thing that we need to encourage. And if this was something different where you would be requiring the residents to have off-street parking, that would be something different. But I just wanted to make that comment with this. Otherwise, I'm fine.
Okay, I totally agree, by the way, as well. Yeah, I think that's right. Parking's on site, there's a lot of great place, it's otherwise not being used. It's a really good usage of the land. Totally agree. Okay, in that case, I will take a motion to close.
I'd like to make a motion to close on 104 Eastern Avenue.
Second.
On the motion to close, Board Member Abramov?
Yes.
Board Member Moremi?
Yes.
Board Member Torcono?
Yes.
Board Member Bardhagen?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Is there a motion on 104 Eastern Avenue?
I'd like to make a motion on 104 Eastern Avenue for approval of a special permit to modify the parking dimensional layout and/or landscaping requirements, loading requirements, and/or the number of required parking spaces, subject to the conditions of approval set out on page 4 of 7 of the staff memo, with conditions 1A and 1B modified as previously stated, and the waivers as requested by the applicant.
Is there a second?
Second.
On the motion, Board Member Abramov?
Yes.
Board Member Moremi?
Yes.
Board Member Torcono?
Yes.
Board Member Bardhagen?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Thank you very much. Next up is 27 and 35 Chandler Street and 47 through 53 Irving Street. If the applicant could please come forward, state your name and city, town, and residence.
Good evening. My name is Sam Alferranti. I'm with Solely Engineering. I'm a civil engineer in the Commonwealth. I'm here with the applicant, Tom Corbett, with Go Venture Capital Group. They're a local Worcester developer. So we're here before you for a 74-unit, 5-story development on the corner of Chandler and Irving Street. And we're here specifically for a front yard setback variance request. So it's just under a 0.4 acre lot. We're in the business general 6.0 zoning district. We are also in the commercial area revitalization district and the CCOD downtown area district. So the site plan before you, so the reason why the district actually doesn't have a front setback, but we are proposing residential units on the ground level, and that triggers that 5-foot front setback. So we are proposing a 1-foot setback along Chandler Street and then a 1.5-foot setback along Irving Street. And we did provide responses to the updated findings of fact this afternoon, which I can go through them when the time comes. But that's generally the proposal here. We do have the floor plans and elevations, as well as some renderings that we can go through. Happy to answer any questions you might have or go into the findings of fact too.
Okay, city staff.
Through the chair, Michelle Smith again in the city's planning division. In front of you, request for a variance for 4 feet of relief from the 5-foot minimum front yard setback for a building with a ground floor residential use in the CCOD. The board's familiar with this requirement where we have ground floor residential. We're trying to create a setback for privacy through the regulations. The board has seen this a number of times for existing buildings and proposed buildings. So the applicant's seeking relief in that regard. In terms of by right options, they could eliminate the 10 dwelling units that they have on the ground floor and reconfigure those, either distribute them on the upper stories or eliminate them entirely, and then they would be able to proceed with a 0-foot setback. Similarly, they could accommodate those elsewhere and increase the size of the building to get additional space for those units to be shifted, or adjust the footprint of the building to meet that 5-foot requirement. This is a variant, so we have no recommendations as to conditions. The applicant did provide revised findings, which are included in the staff memo in this case. We did not identify any waivers that are necessary. The applicant will require site plan review. The property is located in a transformative growth area within the kind of fringe of the downtown and along the Chandler Street corridor. This is a mixed-use vision, which is in line with a lot of the character of the existing area in terms of the various different mixed uses that you see along the area. Further to the northwest, you have the Crown Hill Local Historic District, which you can see on some of the maps that we've provided here, where things transition to be a bit more residential in nature. This is very walkable in the urban core, less than quarter-mile walk to bus stops, and well-served on a variety of different routes. We have some comments that we gave the applicant just a heads up as part of the site plan review process, but beyond that, they're not proposing any parking or loading not required by the ordinance because of the location in the downtown, where we don't have parking requirements in the city. Ultimately, the alignment, we think, is in character with the surrounding area. There were previously structures on the property that were essentially up to a 0 or similar setback, including a building with similar massing, which unfortunately has been demolished, which is a former laundry, a historic building that has been lost. The Historic Commission denied authorization of demolition, but it was subsequently demolished, as well as that single-story building that if you looked at the images, you'll see on the ground floor. So certainly keeps in line with the design guidelines in terms of establishing and continuing the street wall along this particular section of Chandler Street. Happy to answer any questions the board members have. Thank you.
Is anybody here for 2735 Chandler Street and 4753 Irving Street? Is anybody online? Okay. This is, I think, putting a building in line with the rest of the buildings makes sense to me. I think this is this is a place in need of something, and so putting some housing there and revitalizing some of that area will be great. I especially like putting housing here, and I think the building looks in line with, it looks like a classic building, which I'm actually really excited about. So I'm happy to vote for this, considering all of those. Just as a reminder for the board, this is a variance, so we either have to vote for it up or down. And I have had time to look at that is included in the staff memo, the new requirements and consideration for the zoning relief. If you need us to read it into the record, please let me know when we go through the board comments, but I'm happy to see the responses. And I'll just say really quickly, the overarching need for housing, I think, definitely is met by this unit, by this building. I think it meets, and so allowing a zoning variance based on that makes a lot of sense for me to bring this otherwise abandoned property into usage. Additionally, it's currently a place where there is like dumping and other things that aren't great for the neighborhood. And this is actually going to really improve the safety and public health of the neighborhood, because it's going to take a place where people are dumping and other sorts of things that aren't great for the neighborhood, which I'm not far away. I drive by here every day, and bring it into having people living with it. And it really matches also what's happening on Chandler Street. A little bit up, we've revitalized 2 other older buildings. So I think it'll be nice. So I think that meets the variance, but again, if you want to read it into the record, please let me know. And with that, Board Member Abramoff.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. I'm happy not reading that into the record. I reviewed it, and I agree with you and support this project.
Board Member Remy.
I agree as well. I think it's a beautiful project and a beautiful addition to the neighborhood, so I would say yes.
Board Member Torcono.
I love it, and I'm for it.
Board Member Barnhagen.
Through the chair, yeah, I've also read through the new factors for decision, and I agree that it meets them. This is going to be a great project. This neighborhood sorely needs something like this, and it's a perfect use for what is now not being used at all. So I think it does, like the chair was saying, it meets these factors because it improves the health, welfare, and safety of the neighborhood, and it adds much-needed housing in this area. So,
in that case, I will take a motion to close.
I'd like to make a motion to close on 27 to 35 Chandler Street and 47 to 53 Irving Street.
Second.
On the motion to close, Board Member Abramoff.
My vote is yes.
Board Member Maremi,
Yes.
Board Member Torcono,
Yes.
Board Member Bardhagen.
Yes.
My vote's yes. Is there a motion on 2735 Chandler Street and 47 to 53 Irving Street?
I'd like to make a motion for 27 to 35 Chandler Street and 47 to 53 Irving Street for approval of a variance for relief of 4 feet from the 5-foot minimum front yard setback requirement for a building with ground floor residential units in the CCOD. There are no waivers.
Is there a second?
Second.
On the motion, Board Member Abramov?
Yes.
Board Member Maremi?
Yes.
Board Member Torcono?
Yes.
Board Member Bardhagen?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good
Thank
luck.
you very much.
Like the design.
Yeah, it's really great design. Thank
It's
you.
real
for-
city.
Yeah. I'm actually excited. We get a lot of terrible designs, so this was actually, I was like generally excited about it.
I like that it's split between the streets.
Yeah,
Very nice.
it does look like a nice corner, yeah.
Last but not least.
Next up is number 1, Frederick Street. If the applicant please come forward, state your name, city, town, and residence for the record.
For the record, Donald O'Neill, I'm a lawyer here in Worcester, here this evening on behalf of Tiffany Nguyen, to request an extension of the relief granted last year for frontage relief, parking relief, and a special permit for parking relief as well. This lot has actually frontage on Frederick Street and Henchman Street. Previously, it's a sort of a reconfiguration. There's at least 2 and possibly 3 lots that went into that configuration. But basically, it provides for the parking on Henchman Street and entrance, and then sort of the middle of the parcel, and with frontage of the building on Frederick Street. So just here to get both, this work is going to require an extension of the sewers in Henchman Street and Frederick Street, I believe, so that the additional time is needed to get the approval for the extension of the sewers.
Okay. City staff.
As stated, this is an extension of time. This is presently on premise. There's a foundation poured in order to construct a 3-family dwelling, and the applicant seeks to modify the 3-family design to create 8 total units in order to convert the structure to a multifamily high-rise dwelling. It's located in the RG5 zone. The relief that was granted was a variance for relief of 24 feet from the 85-foot minimum frontage requirements for the multifamily dwelling high-rise in the RG5, a variance for relief of 6 parking spaces from the 16-space minimum requirement for a multifamily dwelling, and to modify parking dimensional layout and/or landscaping, loading requirements, and/or the number of parking spaces. And under that special permit, it was the parking location and layout, as the parking facilities were not set back 5 feet. At the narrowest point, the applicant proposed a 2.6-foot wide buffer from the driveway to the property line, and the provided buffer area was also not landscaped in accordance with the zoning requirements. Also, the parking location and dimensional requirements, that drive aisles where there's 90-degree parking shall be 24 feet, and the applicant is providing 22 feet. And then for the driveway width, the applicant is proposing an 18-foot curb cut, and then the driveway narrows to 16.8 feet past the parallel spaces before widening to the 24-foot preferred width. This relief was also granted on the June 2nd, 2025 meeting and filed with the clerk on June 24th. So again, same as our last case for the special permit, that can or could have been administratively extended through inspectional services. We don't believe that was requested. So for future extensions, the applicant should first ask for the extension through inspectional services before coming through to us. And for those new deadlines, for the special permit to be extended a year, the year would be June 24th, 2027. And for the variances, there would be a 6-month extension, and that is December 24th, 2026.
As there's no one else here for 1 Frederick Street, is there anybody online? Okay, I'm happy to move this forward. Is there any board comment?
No comment.
Board Member Tarcono?
No comment.
Okay, in that case, I'll take a motion to close.
I'd like to make a motion to close on 1 Frederick Street.
Second.
On the motion to close, Board Member Abramov?
Yes.
Board Member Maremi?
Yes.
Board Member Tarcono?
Yes.
Board Member Bardhagen?
Yes.
My vote's yes. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion on 1 Frederick Street for an extension of time for the previously granted special permit for a period of 1 year to June 24th, 2027, and an extension of time to the previously granted variances for 6 months until December 24th, 2026.
Second.
On the motion, Board Member Abramov?
Yes.
Board Member Maremi?
Yes.
Board Member Tarcono?
Yes.
Board Member Bardhagen?
Yes.
My vote's yes. All right. Next up is a Scrivener's error decision. Amy Beth, what do we need to do? I forgot what we need to do for that.
Yep, so I can explain the Scrivener's error that occurred. If you all will then vote that you agree that it was a Scrivener's error, I will send the Scrivener's decision through DocuSign to you all tomorrow, and you can sign off on that.
Okay.
And then we can file this decision, the Scrivener's decision, with the original decision with the clerk to understand that it was an error. So for the Scrivener's error, the one piece of relief that was in error was read actually correctly by the board at the meeting, and then transcribed incorrectly by yours truly when she wrote the decision. So the actual relief that should have been granted was 5,000, for relief of 5,500 square feet from the 19,000 square foot minimum lot area requirement for a multifamily low-rise dwelling in an RL7 zone. What the decision read was for relief of 5,000 square feet from the 18,000 square foot minimum. So that's the first error. The second error was that, if you'll recall, this item came to you as an 8-unit building, and you all, through the course of discussion, the applicant agreed to reduce the number of units to 7 units. And so in their findings and under the special permit, to modify the parking and dimensional layout, the findings indicated that they were seeking relief of 3 parking spaces, but because they agreed to reduce the number of units, because that reduced the number of required parking spaces, I didn't reduce the number in the findings, so it originally read that they were requesting the relief of 3 spaces, but because the number was reduced, therefore reducing the number by 2 parking spaces, they're only seeking relief of 1 parking space. So we should update the findings. That's the second error in the decision.
Does everyone agree that that's a Scrivener's error?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
On the motion, Board Member Abramov?
Yes.
Board Member Maremi?
Yes.
Board Member Tarcono?
Yes.
Board Member Bardhagen?
Yes.
My vote's yes. All
Great.
right.
So we'll issue that corrective decision as a result of that.
We don't have any minutes, if I recall correctly, so I'll take, and we will discuss at another time the things, because it is very late, so I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Yeah, aye.
Aye.